Hello and welcome to my stream today. We are going to be talking with Anthony about RedwoodJS today. That's the idea. Redwood, for those who aren't familiar, is another React framework, but it's a little bit different, as we're going to go over today. It's one of the React frameworks I haven't actually covered as of yet. But as you know, right now is where I just kill some time while stuff gets going. Maybe advertise the stream here for a minute. I don't know. I don't have as much preamble as I usually have, I think, because truthfully, this week's been kind of slow on the news front. I mean, I've been head down working a lot of stuff, but I don't know. Maybe you all have some stuff that you've been doing. Come say hi in the chat as you join on, eh? All right. Just, let's see here. Just getting that up. We're live. All right. I've known our guest today for quite some time. Anthony's always right at the front of the line when it comes to new technology. So he was one of the early people to discover the work that we've been doing with Marco and with Solid.js. So I've had plenty of conversations with him over the years, but this is the first time he's been on our stream. So I'm looking forward to that. Okay. What is Redwood? Yeah, Redwood. Well, I mean, I'm gonna have Anthony explain that probably better than I can explain that. But I mean, I definitely had some fun with this one. You know, in general, just getting prepared. You know, every week is a new challenge to kind of decide on like how I'm going to, you know, come up with a cover or stuff. And as it turned out, I just happened to have these giant, kind of like, what do you call them, pine cones, sitting around in my house. And, you know, there we go. You know, I was very tempted to spend this whole stream, you know, with a nice redwood background. But I think we probably overdoing it a little bit. Where are we? All right. Now we've got some people coming in. Okay. Sip from the orange juice. All right. Yeah. First time we chatted. FS Jam, yeah. Yeah, so Anthony's already in the chat. So probably no point delaying this much longer. I just like, you know, taking as long. I don't have, as I said before, we need to get some of that, you know, cool intro music and make you wait for 15 minutes. Like the stream will start soon. It's like, no. So this stream starts now. Yeah. But yes, we're not here necessarily to talk about the trees, although when I did Google RedwoodJS, let me actually like share my screen again here. Yeah. I did see that there's a lot of nice tree imagery, their logo. Oh, is this the website? Sorry. Is there like a bigger version of the logo somewhere? Yeah. There we go. Yeah. See? So a lot of inspiration to be pulled from here. But yeah, enough of that. I'm just gonna RedwoodJS and orange juice, great combo. Yeah. Yeah. No, exactly. That's what I thought. Anyway, let's just get, how am I doing here? Yeah, it's been 4 minutes. See, I usually wait at least 5 minutes because that's like the magic number for people to both see it, join on, and get past the stupid Twitch pre-rolls. How are we doing on Twitch? Let's see. Yeah, our Twitch audience is not here yet, but we probably need to get started because I'm honestly, I don't have as much today, as I said. So I say that, and then like 5 hours later, you guys are all like, "It's okay, Ryan, you can end the stream." All right. So, anyway. Yes. I don't know. Did anything interesting happen to anyone else this week? All right. You know what? One more sip of the orange juice. Yeah, I guess this is just like the slow week. Even in JavaScript news, I felt like that. It's just like smack. It's like getting towards like. It's actually funny. My kids went back to school this week, but I feel for a lot of other people, it's like the last 2 weeks of summer. So like if you were like holding off that summer vacation, you're taking it now. I've definitely noticed the downturn on traffic the last little bit. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I'm done wasting all your time here. Let's just get this rolling, okay? And we're gonna welcome Anthony onto the show. All right. Here we go. And hey, Anthony, how you doing?
What's up, man?
As I said, surprisingly very little, which is unfortunate because I can talk about anything, for hours at a time. But right now, I'm actually have surprisingly little to work.
So I think we'll still get probably a solid 5 hours in either way. But yeah, I mean, I think it's okay if there's no big news. It just means it gives you time to work on your own thing or make news.
Well, yeah, that too. But obviously, we're going to talk about RedwoodJS today, and part of that is that RedwoodJS had a version 6 release not that long ago, right?
Yes, and it's very exciting release. It's something that we've been working on for like multiple years now. It's by far the biggest, most consequential one since V1, which was the first time where like this is production ready, use this in production. But the highline things are that we added Vite, and we're getting ready for React Server components by implementing Suspense.
Awesome, yeah. So this is a good one. Good time to have you on. Good time to talk about Redwood. But actually, what I do with all of my first-time guests before we even get into the great technology that they bring with you, I just want to know a little bit more about you. I think our audience would love to know a little bit more about you because you're involved in a lot of projects, right? You've done everything from like you call yourself the Bard of Redwood, which I take to mean like some kind of developer advocate, kind of DevRel kind of person.
Storyteller, and I didn't give myself that name. That was Peter Pistorius who created the framework with Tom. It'd be a bit presumptuous for me, I think, to call myself that, but that's what Peter calls me.
Okay. Well, and where I was going with that is. You've been involved with lots of projects, and you've also do podcasts, and streaming, and all these different forms of media. Let's just get. How did you even get here? A little bit, like, what was your entry into web development world?
Yeah, there are many layers and many chapters to it. So I'll give the condensed version up to when I got into web dev. I had a music degree, and this is one of the things you and I really connect with. I toured, I did classical music, jazz. I was a teacher, like school teacher, private teacher, camp band, rock band leader. Like I did almost every type of music education and performance you could possibly name and think of. So I was really into it, obviously, and wanted to make a career out of it. And that didn't end up happening. And I kind of got very disillusioned with it, and then kind of transitioned into not necessarily web dev, but wanting to learn to code. I had this idea of like coding is a thing that I will eventually enjoy once I learn how to do it, and then I can get paid to do it because it's a valuable skill. And all of that was correct, but it took many years to figure out what to actually do with it. I tried actually to learn AI and neural nets back in 2017, 2016, which was a very hard time to do that if you were a brand new developer. Like mostly It was academics who were using Python to like create these kind of models, and I didn't even know Python. Like I knew nothing. And so I tried that for a little bit. I tried like even blockchain stuff a little bit, and I was way ahead of the curve of both of those, but I didn't have the technical chops to really do anything. So I just learned to code first, and then I realized like, all right, well, I guess I should just like, I was seeing all these tutorials, and I was watching YouTube videos, and I saw there was like so much more material and so many more people doing React JavaScript. It was just kind of obvious just looking at what was available to me as options to learn to code, as content that taught you how to code was focusing on. So I'm like, well, I guess I'll just learn React. So I learned React. I then did a boot camp. I did an income share agreement. I don't know if you've ever heard of Lambda School. They rebranded to Bloom Tech. They're one of those schools where you don't pay anything when you start, and then you sign a contract giving a certain percentage of your income for the first 2 years, which can be dicey. Some people have like criticisms with it. For me, it was the right decision and it was the right option. You're making a face like you know what I'm talking about.
No, I've heard of this once, but I never actually knew if anyone who actually went through that process. Like I'm familiar with like typical boot camp model where people pay, and the problem is they get blasted through this thing. It's one of those like you only get as much as you put into it thing, and they work you hard, and then after 12 weeks, I've interviewed countless dozens and dozens of those people for job positions. They come in, they're like, yep, fresh from boot camp. Okay, well, I know. And it's funny, we'd get like people from the same like groups coming in, and you can tell they worked on the same projects.
The same way. Like, all right, well, this is a point where I use Redux.
Right. So I could see an argument being made for like they only win if you succeed in that market, which I mean, I could see that perspective. But on the other hand, like when I think about how much developers make, and I wonder like like in my head what their percentage is. I mean, this is a whole other topic. That's why I was like, because I guess it depends on the boot camp and the value of the boot camp. And as you said, you felt like you got a lot of value from that. But it's like it's challenging because like, especially, I mean, maybe you have opinions on this and stuff. Like a lot of times with stuff that's out in the open and with the web, it's harder, and it's harder to stay motivated, and it's harder to do that. But a lot of the materials and stuff are out there if you could somehow motivate yourself and spend the time.
And that's what I tried to do for a long time and wasn't able to get anywhere. So it wasn't that I wasn't motivated, but it was the path to get you from total beginning to actually having the skills to do the job. Because that's the thing, is you can like learn things, you can like make progress, but you're not always making progress in the right direction. So you're making progress like multiple directions, but you need to actually be pointing in a single direction that you can continue to make progress on. And that's the thing that hopefully a boot camp can give you. I would say I would say I got value out of my boot camp. I wouldn't say I got a ton of value out of my boot camp. And an interesting twist here is that I dropped out of the boot camp to do Redwood instead. And this is something that you'd almost never want to actually give this advice to your average boot camp student. Like they're 9/10 of the way through the boot camp. They're like, you should quit now and then go do open source instead. And it's like, well, you should have done open source in the beginning. And that's the thing, I actually had found a framework that I was passionate about, that I had connections with, that I was actually getting exposure through by doing talks. So this is where I was like, okay, my coding chops can only get so good so fast, but something I do have is performance ability and education ability, and the ability to get in front of a group of people and explain something for like multiple hours at a time, which is a useful skill for DevRel. So I assumed the role of the Redwood DevRel essentially and started doing like all these meetup talks in 2020 when the pandemic happened. Because at that point, all of the meetups went digital, and they hadn't given up like they did in 2021, 2022. So everyone was doing online meetups. And then I was just able to do that. I met people like Brian Douglas, who gave me a lot of like really good advice and connections. Yeah, open source. Open source was already a thing back then. Actually, it wasn't a company yet, but it was a side project he was doing. So he got me involved in that, and that gave me a lot of exposure to open source in general. And
so that's awesome. So this did actually, Redwood did come in very much near the beginning of these things. How did you find this framework? I'm just saying Redwood is kind of not the most known React framework, so to speak. How did you end up there?
So something that I had a deep love for before I got into tech was podcasts. I used to have a music podcast that I did with my professor called Loose Filter. So I already created and hosted and edited podcasts, like 50 of them, like, hour-long podcasts with Buddy Stewart in like 2014, like a long time ago. So as I was getting into tech, I was also looking for podcasts to listen to, and there's a ton of them. Like you've been on many of them, and Tom Preston Warner, original CEO of GitHub, creator of Jekyll, creator of Toml, he created Redwood with Peter Pistorius, and then they brought in David Price and Rob Cameron to work on it around 2019. And in 2020, he did the podcast circuit. So I actually heard him do like 6 podcasts back to back around March, April of 2020. The big ones were like he did Software Engineering Daily, Front End First. Which other ones did he do? I used to have them all memorized. JS Party.
Yeah.
So I was listening to these podcasts, and that's how I kind of heard about all these open source frameworks. That's originally where I heard about Solid, because you're on PodRocket, and so once you kind of know the right podcast to listen to, and there's kind of like 10 to 20 that most of like people who want to get stuff out in web dev go out and do, and I was just listening to all of them. So I would hear certain frameworks pop up, and I noticed how Blitz, Redwood, and Remix all popped up in a 3-month span. It was February, Blitz dropped, March, Redwood dropped, and then April, Remix dropped. I was like, this is interesting. Seems like there's something going on here with these React frameworks. Like, clearly it's people think there's a time to build a thing because 3 people just built almost the same thing all at the same time. There's like lots of nuanced differences between them, but they're all trying to create a full stack React framework,
That makes sense. And you ended up, I guess, starting FS Jam. Was that around that time period as well, or?
Yep. So then I got involved in Redwood right just a couple of months after it came out. So it dropped in March, and then by May I was already blogging about it because I looked at it and Blitz and Remix, and I'm just like, I'm gonna go with Redwood for reasons that I can't really quite pinpoint because it was kind of based on a lot of different factors. But by the summer, I started going to contributor meetups, and it was meeting people in the community and meeting the team. And Christopher Burns was another person doing the same thing. He has now one of the most longest running, biggest production Redwood apps called Everfund, which is a company. Now it's in the Jamstack Innovation Fund, actually. And it's for setting up nonprofit websites with donation links. And what's the point of making a new paragraph?
Yeah, I know. We'll go there in a second.
Yeah. But so Chris Burns, he actually had a company he was looking for tech to build on. He was looking for something to migrate his ridiculous bespoke full stack Gatsby app to. And so he saw Redwood and he was like, this is cool, I'm going to use this. And then started migrating his company to a Redwood stack. And then me and him just kind of started to get to know each other. And we were both interested in a lot of these other projects. He was also looking at things like Blitz. And so both me and him realized there's multiple projects out here trying to do something like this. And Redwood was using the term full stack Jamstack already. They were saying their slogan was bringing full stack to the Jamstack. So we didn't invent that idea. But what Christopher Burns was like, we should just make something called full stack Jamstack. They haven't actually shortened it to just full stack Jamstack yet. They would always say bringing full stack to the Jamstack. And so he always says he invented FS Jam. I'm like, well, kind of,
Yeah.
But so he had mentioned that he wanted to create a community. Basically, he started a Discord, and I had already been talking to him about how we should do a podcast. So I'm like, okay, this should be our podcast. We'll just bring in people from Redwood and people in the community, and then other people doing interesting things. And just kind of grew out from there. It started with just Redwood people, but then we brought on Brandon very, very early, up episode 6, to talk about Blitz. So we wanted to make sure it wasn't just a Redwood podcast. We were very conscious about that. Then as this continued, we've just done general web dev. We started bringing on more front end focused ones like Marco and Solid, and but it kind of spans the whole gamut. You also have database people. We talked to Paul when Supabase first came out.
Right. Okay. Yeah, no, I've listened to many episodes of FS Jam and PodRocket. As I've mentioned in the past, those two were the first to find Solid, and also coincidentally became my favorites because you were always looking at new technology and not just going with. It's kind of obvious that this would happen. Some maybe the bigger, more popular ones play a little safer, which means they're kind of less interesting to me. So. I know, no comment, but that was.
Well, it's kind of some people have just different. Some people want they're working for a company and they want stable tech, and they're like, I don't need the most cutting edge thing. I need something stable, reliable. Or some people are they're more of a research mindset, and they know things are always going to be improving and changing, and there's always things being worked on that aren't quite fully baked yet, but will be fully baked one time down the road. So you and I we just both naturally think that way, and we find those naturally interesting problem sets. So it's looking, who are the people who are doing things that are new, and what are the consequences of those things down the line, you know? And not everyone thinks that way.
True. And honestly, like, yeah, there's just different spaces of where you're at and what your needs are at those times. Okay, so let's flip this back around. We got a bit of background on Anthony. As I said, known him for a few years now, so it's, you know, it's been good times. But I'm gonna get back to Redwood here because I mean, it does come down to this question, right? You know, like a little bit, because you mentioned at that time when you saw Redwood and want to get into it, it was like basically 3 meta frameworks all built on React within 3 months. It's like bang, bang, bang. And, you know, I guess that was the time to build meta frameworks on React. You know, I guess they saw a need, like a, you know, some kind of want out there. And Redwood has taken, compared to those two, I think actually a kind of more interesting take that's actually differentiates it from a lot of the others. I don't know. Do you want, let's just, I'm just looking at the website right here. I've got it in front of me, and it says, like, focus on building your startup, not fighting your framework. Like, those are fighting words. I mean, like,
yeah, exactly. And this is, so yeah, it's a good question. My first like counter response is the reducto ad absurdum of that argument is there would never be frameworks at all. No one would ever build a framework. And so, like, obviously that's not what we want either. So, and I also think that despite the fact that Blitz, Redwood, and Remix all came out around the same time, what ones have come out since? Any? So, like, actually, I feel like at most there's usually 1 or 2 new frameworks a year. So I don't think it's as hard to keep up with as most people think. The problem is people generally avoid new frameworks in favor of just sticking with the one they already know. And then one day, 2 years have gone by, and they're like, well, there's 4 new things I know nothing about. What the heck? So that's why you got, if you're someone who can kind of keep up with the pace, every time a new one comes out, you're like, okay, I got 6 months to figure out how this new one works before I'm behind, you know? So that's how I would recommend looking at it from a mindset point of view. But to get back to like why Redwood, if someone asked you, I want a full stack framework for JavaScript, what would you tell them to use?
First, it's like, what do you mean by full stack? Because I
mean, so then they would say, I'm someone who's used Ruby on Rails, Django, and Laravel. That's what I mean by a full stack framework.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So in JavaScript, we don't quite have that. Let me show you what we mean by full stack. That's the problem.
That's why we needed to create Redwood, for that exact reason.
Yes. Yeah. That's where this was going, right? Because the truth of the matter is, with this front going backwards approach, you know, we don't have the same. We've never really taken the same focus. There's people who ported things like Laravel-esque stuff into JavaScript world, things like Adonis or whatever, but like it's not the same. Like you want to have React, you know, and be able to do this. Essentially, you want your modern front end framework and be able to do this. So yeah, what does that mean in terms of Redwood?
Yeah. So the other ones that I've tried to do a kind of full stack thing was also Blitz. And then there's one called Bison, and now there's Wasplang, which is kind of cool. But the one most people now would know about is Create T3 app. So you've had, I think, Christopher on for Create T3 app. So I would say, right now, I would say Redwood and Create T3 app are the 2 full stack React frameworks right now. And it's very simple. It means they give you Prisma and hopefully a way to do auth. That's literally all it means. You know, it's really not actually that complicated. They just give you a database tool. Like, people who say there's no full stack framework, sometimes they mean there's no framework that has like emails and queued jobs and like infrastructure as code and like all that kind of stuff. That's really, the way I think about it is there's a back end, like there's a server.
Yeah, I guess for me, that was what I was thinking of when you mentioned those other ones. Because, I mean, you're right. No one else ships with Prisma other than the ones you like a Next.js doesn't and a Remix doesn't and whatnot. But like, you know, since the evolution of services and stuff like Prisma, or, you know, like stuff like people aren't actually, you know, and a lot of the like online stuff, like, you know, when I think of stuff like, you know, like Planet Scale and all those, like, it's not that hard to get these kind of things into the existing backend framework compared to, you know, before. That's why I guess we still have a gap on the people who want the mail servers, right? Like, do you know any frameworks that are like?
I feel like I just heard of one the other day. I remember it stuck out to me because I'm like, oh, that doesn't happen very often. I'm forgetting which one it was though, but
Okay, fair enough. But okay,
yeah, that's a hard one.
so basically the idea is like most of the space doesn't actually offer all the tools to actually like even if you install say Next.js, you still need to go somewhere else to actually get an app going. You're actually missing pieces. How can you call yourself full stack if you can't deliver an application with the pieces that are available? And I guess that makes sense how this whole startup kind of marketing, like the framework for startups.
So that's where it comes back to yes, this is where the startup stuff is pretty important. So let's go back to history. Tom and Peter, they were working on a startup called Chatterbug, which was like one of those language learning type apps. And so we do have, for things that are not built in the framework, we will have docs showing you exactly how to do it. So that's pretty good. Because there's always this question of like, do you want to build something this opinionated into your framework, or you just want to give someone like the specific doc to do it with your framework?
Sorry to interrupt the history. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So Tom and Peter, they were building an app that was actually like a React front end querying a Ruby on Rails GraphQL backend, which is just like a total nightmare. Like it's hard enough to do that with a Node GraphQL backend, you know? So they were like, wow, this is like so challenging. But by the time you get set up, it's like a pretty sweet dev experience. So they wanted to create a framework, and Tom built GitHub with Ruby on Rails, so he's already had a lot of experience seeing what the benefits you can get from having a monolithic framework to work with to build something substantial. But there was like we've said, there's not necessarily a good solution for doing that in JavaScript. So they started building it for that, and then at a certain point, they decided to drop the Jamstack branding, which like Netlify has done and a lot of people are doing right now. They felt like it confused people, and they felt like even though the pitch was it lets you do more than you can normally do with Jamstack, they would hear Jamstack, they'd be like, oh, this has limitations of the Jamstack. They're like, no, we just said it brings you beyond the limitations of the Jamstack. That's the whole point. They're like, no, Jamstack. So they stopped using Jamstack and then started saying it was the JS framework for apps, because they wanted to say this is for building companies and applications, and this is for people who want to ship stuff, which people had been shipping with it already. They emphasize even more. And then the real kicker is Tom, because he's independently wealthy, has been creating a fund to fund companies that are using Redwood to build. So if you're going to build your company with Redwood and you commit to using Redwood, you can basically get a check for your fund for your company.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, yeah. So yeah, the whole package kind of comes together. That makes sense. Yeah, it's always been a little bit tricky for me when looking at this kind of stuff, because I live on the other side of things where I'm like, don't be opinionated because I'm working on the primitives, but someone has to be opinionated. Someone has to make those decisions,
right?
And so it's like the layer of where that decision gets made. I think it's very interesting to see like those pieces come together. As you mentioned, I had Chris on and we talked to create T3 app, and it was the same kind of question or like potential tension thing I'm thinking about here, except Redwood's been around longer, and stuff changes over time. I think I have to kind of address this, because there's like two sides of when you're being opinionated about like choosing those pieces. One side is like, how do you decide what gets included? Like what criteria like makes it worth including versus not including, makes like, forget about the choice. I can assume that you're able to make a good choice once you're like, I need a database technology. I'm going to look at the market and pick something reasonable with the customers. But like to know like this is a decision point that should be part of the framework versus something that isn't part. These kind of decisions, and then the implications of what that means. I mean, I'm getting fully loaded on this, but when you move to the future, let's not talk about the future just yet. But I'm just wondering like, do you have any perspective on that? I know that's probably more of like the author's consideration originally, but
yeah, well, this is where it was useful for me to be someone fairly new coming to like meetings, and I was on the core team by December 2020 as their kind of like DevRel person, And that was like 1 month before I got hired for my first job. So as I was actually like in real job situations, I was also in a situation where I was getting to hear the core team basically discuss like what to build into the framework and where to go next and what the roadmap should look like. And it's, you know, it's one of those things where there's no like simple answer. It's like you have experienced people with years who've spent years building stuff coming together and discussing like what's the right solution, you know? So it's with everything, it's like, okay, the main kind of guiding principle is how do we make this as most like Rails as possible? Because they'd already had such a good experience with Rails. They already understood the dev experience they could kind of get from it. But they wanted to like abstract that experience and bring it to JavaScript. So like, we're not just going to rebuild Rails, but we want to create the simplicity of what we were able to do with Rails in this thing. So usually we kind of start with what would the solution look like the previous time we had a full stack framework that solved this, and then how do we try and get that with JavaScript? And as you're building it out, you make sure it like actually works the way you think it does, and it's kind of like an iterative process. And then you have other people who are using the framework as you're building it, and then you get that kind of like, you know, feedback.
It's just tricky because like every place has its own custom setups to a certain degree, and like it's like, yeah, I don't know, it seems so difficult. Like, I mean, one of the ones that you know this because of the T3 back and forth criticism. One thing was like that I think Redwood ships with Storybook, for example, right? Is that still yeah. Like, how do you do?
Actually a really important thing to ship with, because we feel like if you're designing a lot of components, that's something that is useful for a team to have, you know?
Right. So, yeah, it's interesting. So basically, this is just like looking at setups they've had in the past, and as like each time, you know, new project comes in and go, and you know, even from the community and stuff, and being like, look, this is how we're set up, and then like these are the tools we found useful, and then at a certain point, it's just like, yeah, it's interesting. I guess this is actually probably more in your lane as well, with the Bard and teaching and, you know, DevRel type stuff, is like, it must be, and it's actually a problem that I've been trying to figure out even for stuff like Solid Start, every meta framework. It's like when you start putting all these tools together and they all have their own pieces, just trying to figure out how do you approach teaching it. Docs, do you refer people to the underlying thing? Do you take responsibility on for yourself? Because, you know, each piece is, you know, shifting slightly underneath you at all times, and then you're like, you know, how do you think about, you know, maintaining that even from like a documentation teaching side? I'm always curious about this.
Well, this is such a good question. I'm so glad you asked this, because this is one of the things that really drew me to Redwood, was that they actually did something. So the phrase README driven development, I'm sure you've heard before. That phrase was invented by Tom Preston Warren. He wrote a blog post about it, and he said that you should always write your README before you write a single line of code.
Right.
So it will help you explain to yourself first, and then to others what you're actually building and why. They took it to a different tact, and with Redwood, they did something called tutorial-driven development. So in this, they wrote a tutorial of how you would teach the framework to someone, and then they built the framework to make the tutorial work. So the tutorial has essentially stayed the same from the very beginning as the framework has been built out from 0.1 all the way up to now. And yeah, so let's just real quick just go to and take a look at like what this is. So you see on the left, there's 7 chapters with an intermission, and this is, I think, there might be 2 tutorials, there might be 1. I can't remember if they got merged into one or not, but the idea being that you start with initializing a project, you then build out your front end, you build like pages, and then you kind of create a layout, and then you go into your back end, you set up your API, you figure out how to do data fetching, you then add your authentication, and then you deploy. So it's kind of like a sequence of steps. Yeah. So that was
this is your first app, and
that was originally tutorial 1. When the framework first came out, there was no chapter 5, 6, 7. There's only these chapters. The idea being that would get you all the way to the point of having a deployed app. 5, 6, 7 is now testing and storybook stuff.
Storybook.
So that's more of like when you're actually working with Redwood, how would you design components in a way that is natural and lets you like mock it and do that whole thing in like a very simple way. So that's kind of more of like the the DX of actually building stuff, they want also walk you through that in the tutorial. But chapter 1, 2, 3, 4 is basically just like explaining how the framework works. And what I was doing when I was in my boot camp, I was writing blog posts that basically, so there's the written tutorial, and then Rob created a video tutorial. I watched the video tutorial and then wrote blog posts based on that, which basically brought me back to just writing the tutorial myself in a slightly different kind of way. And that was like the first blog. That was like the first blog post. Like when I do the first look at X, like I did the first look at Solid Start. Like the first time I ever did that was for Redwood, like 3 years ago.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, getting from start to deployment, and then this is like now you have an app. How do you continue with it? And yeah, no. This is a lovely topic, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen a tutorial get to this point, because this is one of those things. Like I did a lot of this when I was working at the startup that I was doing, which was dealt in kids' photos. It was at schools, and like everything was role based to the extreme. And in that case it was very extreme, and we had to come up with crazy architected system. But the surprising part is how little documentation there is out there for just setting up even a simple version of that, let alone that as part of the tutorial. I just think this is actually very, very cool, because this is one of those, everyone's like, oh yeah, how do you do auth? But the how do you do auth question for most people is like authentication. It's like, how do I get in this? Yeah, exactly.
It's like, well, then what do you do with your user? So this
problem,
created this entire thing himself, because he was just like, no framework has ever done this, and I'm gonna need this. I'm gonna have to do this anyway. I might as well put it in the tutorial.
That is very cool. Yeah, because honestly, like there's all those conversations right now, like don't roll your own auth or whatever. And I've rolled my own auth. I've rolled both authentication and authorization. And I'll tell you, while the authentication is complicated at first because of all of, the handshakes, I made my own auth 2 system with what is it called, the SSO protocol. Yeah, no, I did OAuth 2, but I also did it with the I can't remember the other term, like, because some people consider the OAuth 2 wasn't as capable in the SSO case as SAML was. So like there's also a spec for something built on top of OAuth 2 that's more similar to SAML. Anyways, I built
OpenID Connect.
OpenID Connect, yes. I did OpenID Connect. I've interfaced with SAML. I've written the whole thing. But I'll tell you that the authorization problem that I had at the startup was harder than that. Like the role-based system, and like figuring out the best patterns for guarding every little piece, and so like, yeah, I think this is very cool like by comparison. Anyways, yeah, just an aside. This is not something you see every day. Okay. So yeah, I can see when you control the pieces, you get to be able to build this narrative, and you can actually go in and do this. Like, because to be fair, I feel like Ruby on Rails got to this level where people were like, oh yeah, because you have your database schema, set up your, what do they call it? Freaking active record, like do this and like, but it's, yeah. And I think it's interesting because I don't know if all full stack frameworks actually go this far in their thinking. They're just like, look, these are the pieces I need, and then they go there. I think maybe this is the trade-off consideration here, is if all the to get to the final, like you build up all the pieces on each other and you get to the final piece, like something like this, you kind of almost need to know all the parts and know that they're not like that they're going to be present. You can't just be like, oh yeah, you got 5 options for this, 5 options for this, 5 options for this. If you do that, it's a lot harder to get to the last step. So I'm going to say that's probably my favorite argument for this kind of, look, if you have these pieces, we know what you're working on, we can basically just, take you to that next level of like, yeah, this is how you build a solution that looks like this. The flip side, and I think I want to talk about a little bit of this before we dig in, is you mentioned Redwood 6 is kind of like coming in big changes and stuff. And and part of the thing is like, I feel like change is like, would be one of the hardest things for a system. Like let's pretend you built your whole system on GraphQL, And I mean, we don't have to pretend, but and then suddenly, something comes out like React Server Components, and they're like, oh, well, you don't really want to use GraphQL on the client anymore. It doesn't make as much sense, or you can, like, we're not going to stop you, but.
Well, this is the moment where it would be very nice to have a whole team of framework authors to solve that problem for you, so your app can stay exactly the same and it gets solved without you having to do anything.
Yeah. So I guess, yeah. This is sort of where I'm getting at, and that's always been the framework argument. Even Angular, to a degree, kind of went with that. I'm very interested in. So I guess you already know this. So the high level is keep the authoring experience mostly the same, change the underlying. Is my understanding, or changes coming down?
So from the Redwood user perspective, you don't really have to do anything at all. There's there's an upgrade guide. Let me look at that. So you will basically have to change like one thing in your like configuration toml and run yarn redwood upgrade. And then there's like a couple things with like SVGs that are a little bit weird. So it's basically like you have to change a couple things with like how you use your like where you like put your static assets. But for the most part, there's like very little stuff you're gonna have to change yourself. So that's pretty sweet. There's let me drop the link for this.
This was always my dread. Like at a certain point, like it's really cool that like recently Prisma did that release. Was it Prisma 5 that made everything 10x faster?
So that's one of the things that's also in Redwood 6 is we upgraded to the new Prisma as well.
But like it was looking there for a while that a number of people were like, maybe it's time to move off Prisma and get a different, I saw, was it Drizzle or something getting, a little
Drizzle is the one is the hype that everyone's talking about right now. I haven't tried it yet. It sounds pretty sweet. I think it's going to be probably a while before they can reach anything near like feature parity though, because Prisma's around for a while and pretty established, but it's good that there's other options now, because for a while it was basically Prisma was the only ORM in town.
Right, and where I was getting with that was that because of that scenario, it was locked in for a long time. But on the other hand, the consideration came in as like, if Prisma hadn't gone and done some of those performance updates, or like for some reason, like maybe they couldn't, it was architectural or whatever, like they didn't address their biggest pain point from that audience. Now you're kind of like in an interesting space. So like, I guess we might be able to see a bit when we build something with Redwood in a few minutes, but I'm just like, does Redwood accomplish stuff through like abstraction layers? Like that's how it hopes to generalize the future? Or
the way it works is that you have a very specific way of interacting with your backend, because your backend is a GraphQL server, and then your front end is just going to make GraphQL queries to the server and then get that data back. So the most of the Redwood specific stuff that allows us to kind of figure out the React server components under the hood is that the data fetching itself uses something called cells. And if you see here, this is kind of showing like if you have like SVGs, here's like a slight kind of change you need to make. Dom has written out this upgrade guide. It's just a couple points here and there of stuff we have to worry about. And some of this stuff only applies to certain apps. Like there's one thing here where it's like if you're using require statements, you're going to have to change that. But if you had built with only ESM from the start, you wouldn't have to worry about that kind of thing. And and then it mentions Storybook v7 also, and then the suspense router. That part.
Right. Yeah. So if I'm understanding this correctly, what you're saying is the backend is actually, like I was asking about like abstraction, but the backend is kind of already a big abstraction to a degree, because like there's clean separation between the view portion and the data portion, and that data portion is like I guess I'll see in a minute, but it's like a bunch of configuration. I don't know if it's a middleware setup or whatever, but essentially you build up the thing by putting pieces together that have kind of like an abstract API, rather than like writing a bunch of imperative
Well,
code
it
we're going
starts
to
out
import.
by, it just gives you a GraphQL API from the start. So it's like you already have a completely configured GraphQL API in the very beginning when you initialize your project. And then from there, it's a question of what do you want your schema to be for your database? So you got to write that, obviously, because we can't write that for you. So there's a Prisma schema, and that's kind of like the main thing. And you define what are your models. And then once you've defined your models, it generates a GraphQL schema based on that. And then we also then have our own auth package that will figure out how to manage the calls to the GraphQL server. So that's basically what the back end is. And the front end is a React app that has a specific data fetching pattern called cells.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I'm just looking at this. Apollo is used for the GraphQL in the client.
It is. You can switch it out for a React or Tanstack query, I suppose. Now they call that. That was a couple of years ago, so that package might need some updating. But if you want, you can configure your client if you think Apollo is too heavy or whatever, But that's the default. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
It used to be Apollo Server as well, but then we switched to the Guild's GraphQL Yoga.
Yeah, and it's that's a perfect example of one of those migrations. Do you remember what that involved, switching from Apollo Server to Miner?
Yeah, like with that one, you had to change like a single line of code, I think, for like the app users, So, but it took months of people on the behind the scenes getting the framework to do that. So that's why it was built in a way where there's kind of like a contract for the developer, which is like, you're going to develop your app like this. You're going to have your pages, your layouts, your components with your data fetching. Then you're going to have your backend with your schema and your models. And as long as you do all that correctly, and that's all self-contained and correct, and you can test those parts too, you shouldn't have to test anything else. All the framework logic should figure out how we migrate to these new tools, so things kind of get continually better and better and better as new stuff comes out.
Okay. Yeah. No, this is interesting. I mean, I'm going to be obviously very, very interested in the React server component part. It's not as obvious here if is it out in 6?
So the suspense thing is the main one. So where it says, so scroll down to the suspense part again.
Yeah, because the router is so vital in making the server component part work.
We factored the router to suspense under the hood. For most, this refactor will largely go unnoticed. There's a subtle breaking change. Okay, so the thing here is that Redwood has its own router. So this makes it similar to your same deal with like Remix has React router, and then Next has like their own Next kind of router. So I don't really know what it means to turn on suspense in the router. All I know is now it has suspense in the router.
Turning on suspense in the router means that there's transitions baked into the router, essentially. Like suspense, you probably could have used with Redwood. I mean, the SSR, I guess I can't say yes, because the problem is, never mind. React had the ability to do stuff since 18, but like, before 18 you couldn't do it, and then after 18 you could, but no one really knew how to, so it didn't really work, so you didn't really do it. But like, technically speaking, suspense should have kind of worked already if you wrap stuff. But when the people talk about suspense in the router, they're talking about baking transitions into the router, so that usually that's what they mean, so that like you can do concurrent rendering between routes and stuff. This is important, especially when you get into server components and whatnot. But that's usually what the suspense into the router means. It's interesting though, because I know this, just a side note, with teaching people this in Solid, most people don't understand what the proper behavior is. I do like a lot of teaching on this subject, and there's a lot of confusion. People are like, why do you do this and all this? And I'm like, this is the one place where I don't get help look at the React stuff. I actually think, because Solid's had this out in the wild for 3 or 4 years now, like, we actually have more people playing with it than actually in the React community playing with it, because it's only been like the last couple months. So it's been kind of like tricky. But yeah, I think my guess is it means that there's transitions. That's usually the key piece here for putting in the router. But then again, if you don't explain transition, I mean, I guess I have to see, like, does Redwood's router have any way of saying, like, am I routing, so to speak? Like, is there like a hook that's like use is routing or something along that lines?
So let's go to the Redwood router docs, and let me just kind of show you how it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that we should just actually get a project going here in a minute, but
let's first do this, because I'm actually I'm realizing now is actually we have a specific repo that allows you to turn on the React Server components in their current iteration. Because so right now with V6, like I said, it turns on suspense, but React Server components are not fully implemented yet. It's still a canary thing. So that is something that if we want to demo that, we want to make sure that we'll be able to do that.
Yeah, we don't need to go there yet, but yeah.
Yeah, so with the router, there's a single routing file that gives you like a flat routing structure where you have your routes, and then you can wrap your routes in sets for nested routing. So
sorry, so Redwood doesn't use a file system router?
No, it does not.
That's an interesting one. Okay, good to know.
Yeah. So it was more influenced by, again, the Rails router.
Okay. Cool.
So yeah, so I don't think you would do like an is router. Basically you'll have link components, so you like can link to stuff.
Right. The reason I was asking is because usually this is a telltale sign that there's transitions built in. Because the problem with the transition is if you don't have a way of asking if it's happening, somehow exposing it, what ends up happening is now instead of the page changing right away, it like holds there like the browser and then shows the new page when it's ready. And without any kind of loading indicator, that's not good. So usually like there's some indicator so people can like put something on the current page, even while it's still interactive, before showing the page. That was like my tip off if they were using transitions in the router. That's what I was looking for. But I mean, that's fine. I just said the future stuff I'm more interested in from a philosophical standpoint, less from the implementation. I'm sure Redwood will be getting there in the next little bit. It's a tricky problem, but yeah, okay. I'm just like very quickly scrolling through this to see, so importing routes to generate routes with wildcards. This stuff's already was kind of cool. Yeah, then using match. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways of doing this. It's interesting to me because basically every meta framework ends up creating their own router. This has been Tanner's biggest blocker because he's like, look, I created a really cool router that's like has amazing TypeScript without even TypeScript generation. It actually works without any kind of generation. It just has perfect types. Most solutions have generation in the background. But then he's like, okay, so let's go use it. And it's like, no, you need a meta framework to use React. And guess what? We all have our own router. So yeah, this is definitely, yeah. I mean, this reminds me a lot of React Router, just looking at it like off the base, and it makes sense. I'm gathering there's nested routing of some sort, probably.
For the sets are. So go to set.
Oh yeah. So that set thing there was like, I think I saw it up here higher up. It was like, yeah, and I saw stuff that was looking like main layout theme route path set private unauthenticate. Yeah, okay, that's an interesting syntax. But again, it probably comes from the perspective of like setting up this declaration around authentication type stuff. I always found these things really difficult to deal with because, you know, I'm sure Redwood actually probably thought about this a lot, but you know, like at a certain point, dealing with authentication rather than authorization becomes very, authorization rather than authentication, the other way around, becomes very difficult to like wrap into a declarative API, which is actually the biggest fault of, I'd say, file system routing systems, you know, because like you start losing your expressiveness. So I can see where Redwood's here with the file routing.
The idea is you're kind of going to have like, there'll be certain parts of your app where it's like you need to log in to get to the dashboard. So if you want to have a front page, you want to have a dashboard, then you can like separate that pretty simply just in your router here by using private routes and specifying it. Like,
yeah,
and also you can turn on pre-render as well by just putting a pre-render prop in each one.
Redwood must be doing some fancy compilation stuff too. I'm just throwing this out here because this API doesn't lend to code splitting. Because if you import blog content here, I mean, unless what people do is wrap everything in lazy themselves. If that is that the thing, like every single page you go like lazy, and then put them in.
No.
So if I'm gathering Redwood does do code splitting, so Yeah.
So Redwood's used, so it was originally using Webpack under the hood and then Babel. So Babel, this is what Peter said, who wrote most of the initial code of the framework, that Babel is the core of the framework, actually. So all sorts of weird Babel magic kind of happening, going on to kind of move stuff and put stuff in the right places. And I imagine code splitting kind of falls out from that.
Yeah, like what I mean is not tree shaking, but like lazy components. Because the thing is, like when your app loads, you don't want to load homepage, about page, contact page, all of this stuff. If you're on the homepage, you just want homepage. You don't want about page. But like if you look at what the code is doing directly,
and here we go. By default, the router will code split on every page, creating a separate lazy load bundle for you. So it's like, and this is why I used to say, like it already does the MPA SPA thing for you. Like you never even had to think about that. I had from the very beginning. This framework would already basically, you could do an MPA or an SPA without even having to think about it.
Yeah. I'll revisit that in a minute. But yeah, this is what I was getting at, because syntactically, this doesn't code split. But I'm gathering they're doing something special here then. Okay, cool.
And then if you like to override the default lazy loading behavior and include certain pages in the main bundle, you can simply add the import statement to the routes.js file.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, they must.
Redwood will detect your explicit import and refrain from splitting that page into a separate bundle. Be careful with this feature, as you can easily bloat the size of your main bundle.
There you go. Okay. Oh, so where are you reading this from?
So this is all in the router docs. So
somewhere, yeah. Maybe I should just
go to code splitting. There's a whole code splitting section.
Yeah, because this is what I saw in the example. But by default, go over every page create. If you like to include certain pages in the main bundle, you simply add import statements in routes.js file. It's just fun. So look, do you understand? I mean, I can look at the project and we can confirm this. It was just it was just interesting because the example that I was looking at here seemed to like it imported all the routes wherever I was earlier, up here somewhere. So that's why I was like it imported the routes. So how does it code split? Does I was like, is there some Nuxt level stuff here where it's like auto detects components that you referenced without importing them or something? But I think a lot of these questions can be answered by actually looking at the project. Oh yeah, homepage is not there, not imported. There you go. So yeah, thank you. Must be like Nuxt unimport. Yeah, okay. So okay. That's cool. I wonder if there's any other applications.
And this could take you. Let's make sure you start cloning this and installing. So the dependencies since you're streaming will take like 5 minutes to install probably.
Okay. Yeah. Then I'm just gonna make a new example. Let's get out of this branch. Let's make a. Actually, I'm first gonna go back and go here and then see the examples. And yeah, actually, how do I get started on a new Redwood project? If I go back,
so let me drop this gist here. I can kind of like walk you through this. You don't need to necessarily have it on the screen, but you should just show it real quick to people.
Are we so opinionated that we want Yarn? Is that how this works?
Oh yes, Yarn is built in by default. This is one of those like things because it's just kind of like a legacy decision that we're kind of like really, really baked in right now, and the amount of work to make it work with like NPM. And NPM is going to be pretty massive, unfortunately. So we're on Yarn 3. So it works just as well as any of the new stuff. And it's like the big problem with Yarn 3 is getting it to actually work with your project. So if you have issues with Yarn, it shouldn't show up when you're doing Redwood stuff because we deal with Yarn for you. So you don't have to.
Okay. So then I'm going to basically do this, right? Okay. I'm actually.
Yeah. So do you want TypeScript or not?
I'm not.
Need TypeScript.
I'm not going to do TypeScript. This is an unpopular decision. I don't know if I mentioned this on stream, and I'm fine with it. But while we're not as opinionated as Create T3 app, if you say no to TypeScript, they're just like, no, you're getting TypeScript.
Redwood does not do that. You can actually write your app in JavaScript if you want.
At some point, I think it's Nexel from Create T3 app went into Solid Start and changed the default to TypeScript.
Of course he did.
So I'm okay with that. So like,
That's hilarious. Oh, Nexel.
so yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna do JavaScript. You know what? Actually, never mind. I'm gonna do TypeScript today. No, I'm gonna do TypeScript today because I feel like this is like a batteries included kind of thing. The biggest reason I still use JavaScript stuff is because I'm in like the unknown, and then I know some people use that for discovery, but then like I get incredibly frustrated when I can't deal with something that like doesn't work because it's in the unknown. You're like, oh yeah, I pull this in, and why is this not working? And you're like sitting there looking at the red squiggly and be like, die, and it's like never going away. And you go like as any, and then it still doesn't go away, and then you're like,
really cool things I will say about Redwood with JavaScript is that because you have a fully typed database, ORM, and GraphQL server, you still get autocomplete and red squiggly lines in your JavaScript as if you were using TypeScript. But you can go ahead and do TypeScript. I'll always make that one caveat.
all right. So I'm gonna just go with my Redwood project, I think, unless there's any reason to call it something else.
Oh, whatever you want.
Yeah, let's just do that. Okay. Yarn. Okay, so that's the start here. I installed Yarn years ago, but I'm probably not on the same version of NPM now. So what do we got? NPM and Yarn. What, -G. Yeah. Will this give me Yarn 1 or 2 or 3 or 50?
Matter. Just do it. Yeah, it'll be fine. Should be fine. Because Redwood uses Yarn 3, but I think even if you're in like Yarn 1, it will figure it out for you.
Yeah. This is hilarious. NPM's like, I mean, I install stuff all day long, but they're like, oh, did you know there's a new version of NPM out? Like, maybe they did like, you're installing Yarn. Maybe you're not happy with NPM.
Use a node version manager. If so, which one?
Use what's this garbage? Use -- location equals global. I mean, I understand they're trying to clean up the top level set of options, but
so do you use the version manager for Node?
Yeah, I have NVM.
NVM. Okay, you should switch. NVM's the worst. I use Volta. I know. I'm a big fan of it, but yeah, I've always had issues with the NVM.
I mean, I've been using NVM since 2010 or something. Or 2011. Yeah. Anyway, it's all good. I'm like the last person to update anything. Anyway, so now that we're
talking about how you're on the cutting edge of tech.
not stuff that involves like IDEs or I don't care. I could code in a notepad. Ooh.
Yeah, so you need to be on Node 18.
Oh yeah, this computer isn't on Node 18 yet. Okay, let's get up there.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why,
and then I'm going to install
a version manager at some point. It's just like everyone's got to have one. And now you're on NPM 9.
Yeah, but now my Yarn command's going to be gone, right? Oh, wait, no. Okay, what did I just do?
You just ran Yarn, but try running the Redwood command again.
Actually, you know what? It's because if I go node v, I'm going to be still no. Okay, you're right. In this one.
Try the Redwood command
but I do have to do one more thing. What is it? NVM alias default 18. I have to do this because otherwise the next window I open is going to be back on 16. I have to actually tell it to change the deal.
Right there. That is why you should never, ever, ever use NVM. That's the stupidest thing ever. No
NVM list. What do I have here?
Obviously, when you switch a version of Node, you want that to stay the same, I would think. Or I guess it makes sense if you, like, every project you want to think about what version of Node.
Weird. I had 1816, it looks like. And because I forgot to probably do this at some point, we were still on 16 this whole time. Anyways. Yeah, so yeah, now we're on 18 and we're good. Okay.
Look at that, you got hydrogen in there.
Okay, let's yarn something.
Hopefully this will work. Yep. So yeah, do the git repo and
Yes.
And then give yourself commit.
That's fine. Do you want to run yarn
install? Yep.
Yes.
All right, you should close out all your extra stuff because you're like in a project.
Yeah. It was just because the folder didn't exist yet, and then I will make a new. I'll just like open the new window in the new location file. Open folder. Development.
So while you're doing this, I want to talk about Redwood Conf, because this is a really important thing, and multiple people on the team like, don't forget to talk about Redwood Conf. So Redwood Conf is the first ever Redwood conference. Super exciting. And if you are so inclined, we actually have a code that you can use. Let me drop this. I'll drop in the YouTube one as well. So you can get 35% off on this conference. And it's going to be basically just about, like Redwood, the community, Redwood, the, people who are building companies on it. And yeah, it's called the Conference for Builders. So it's going to be super exciting. It's going to be in Oregon. So if anyone wants to check that out, am I going to be able to drop this in the chat? Let's see.
I'm like, VS Code is telling me I need a bunch of new extensions, apparently, that I don't have.
You don't necessarily need any of those extensions, honestly.
I have Prisma.
Prisma's the main one. I wouldn't worry about any of that stuff.
We'll get GraphQL too. Okay. Yay. Okay. That's fine. Whatever. All right. React prop types of IntelliSense. Oh, just like literally opened up every single one. Okay. Lovely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I ignore all those.
All right. Okay. Let's go full screen here. Okay.
Oh, and also, you can win $10,000 in cash by participating in our build competition, which also includes tickets to the conference. So check that out. This is one of the other things I was saying, how it's when people ask me like who is funding Redwood, I always say Redwood's the passion project of an eccentric billionaire, because that's exactly what it is. So we can do things like pay people $7,000 for winning a hackathon.
Yeah, let me actually pull that up. Give me 2 seconds.
So go to build.redwoodjs.com.
Okay, so if there's a conference announcement that I got here first, which is here, and sorry, build.redwoodjs.com.
Yeah, this is for the build competition, and then there'll be a link there to the conference as well.
All right. 4 weeks to build, 3 finalists, 10,000 in prizes. Okay, yeah, so you guys are doing a hackathon. Nice. Cool. And then it completes on September. You have until September 10th, I see. So it's just this is happening like right now then, right?
Yeah, this is right now. Yeah, so good time to be letting people know about it.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, you still got, what, 25th second? You still got 3 weeks. Yeah, when did it start?
Probably 2 weeks ago, I think. Something like that.
Oh, okay, so actually you just have 1 week left. Winners announced Tuesday, 29th. What? Okay. Anytime about 2 days before this. Oh, no, wait. Oh, this is a raffle. Never mind. I'm like, okay, so you have till September 10th. Okay.
Okay, yeah, so about a month still.
Yeah, okay. So plenty of time, and then it's going to wrap up.
Those links disappear in the YouTube, so not sure how to get. Can you post things in the YouTube chat?
Yeah, I can post. It'll go in both places. Yeah, sorry. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry, and I realized I wasn't actually on my screen, so you guys don't see what I'm talking about here. Right, I'm just going to roll this for a minute. Yeah, until September 10th. 10,000 in prizes, first, second, third. Runners up, 4 runners up at 500 each. Judge on usefulness, solving real problems, and then delightfulness. I love that as a criteria. Very cool. Yeah, okay, let me repost those. It's actually, which one do you want me to repost? It's easier if you send it to me through private chat.
Yeah, so it'll be...
My camera just had an issue. Just a second.
This one, and then this one.
All right. That's weird. Just a second. I might have to like refresh my page or something in a minute, but I'm going to send it through. I'm also hearing a tapping sound. Is that you?
Possibly.
Because I'm not moving and I'm still hearing it.
I'm not moving at all anymore, so.
It stopped.
Oh, weird.
It sounded like someone like tapping on a desk. All right, let me put both links through here into the comments. There's the build, and then here is yeah, it's tapping. Yeah, it's coming through your side. It is completely. I muted you and it went away.
What? I don't. Like, I'm totally silent right now.
Is it? Knock, knock, knock. Can you guys hear it on the stream? I don't know where it's coming from. It's weird. When I'll mute myself, but I think it's still gonna. Yeah, still coming when I mute. Anyway, I gotta fix my camera. Give me 2 seconds.
Well, let me try this.
I'm gonna refresh my window.
What about now? Can you still hear it?
No, I don't hear it now.
Okay, it must have something to do with my microphone then. Sometimes radio wave interference goes into the microphone. You can hear a radio station, but it didn't sound like that's what was happening.
All right, there I am. I'm back. Sorry, had to fix my camera. For some reason, it just lost connection.
Weird. So you don't hear the tapping anymore?
No, tapping is good.
Okay, so it was something to do with my microphone then, because there's no sound coming from my room, and there's no sound coming right now. All I did was just change to my MacBook mic. So.
Yeah, it's weird.
Ghost machine.
Okay, so we advertised a conference, which is happening the 26th, 29th.
And if you use the code Ryan Carniato, you'll get 35% off.
There you go. Okay. So thank you very much. Use that code. All right.
And so we should be able to run the project now.
Exactly. So let me share my screen again. Share screen. Entire screen. This one. And let's go back over here. Okay. So
let's just start with yarn Redwood dev, so yarn rwdev is going to be the start command. So everything's going to start with yarn rw. That's kind of like your, alias. And this is so because it lets you do it without having yarn, I think, in your project or something.
I was just looking for the.
There's 3 package.jsons. There's one in the web and one in the API. So look at the web one first.
Yeah, so sorry, because RW dev is one word or RW dev is
2 words? Yeah, so each one starts with yarn RW space, and then there'll be a word.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So when I go package JSON, that's a top level one. Then there's this one. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So this is just not.
Yeah, so the scripts you would need to. If you look at the README, it'll tell you what to do because usually go to the README first.
Yeah. Yarn install. Was it already installed it, right?
Yes.
Yarnwood, and then I got you. RW is short for Redwood.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay.
And then you can do the help to get the rest of the commands.
Okay. So I clicked the command, and now I'm getting something opening on localhost 8911.
More. And also, our faces are blocking a lot of the terminal right now.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna change the view. This is my This week in JavaScript view. This is
it's a lot better.
This is my code view. Okay.
Yeah. So you see here, we're gonna have. So scroll up just a little more.
Yeah.
So where it says localhost 8910, that's the front end, and then so you see we got Vite going now. It is figuring out how to proxy to the GraphQL endpoint, and then 8911 /GraphQL. That's the API.
Got you. Okay. Well, I'm going to try and open 8.9.10. Oh, actually 8.9.10 auto opened it in another window for me, which is fine. I'm going to bring it across. There we are. So we have Redwood JS here. Let me see.
Just modded. Because I'm also a mod. Like, I see spam. Wait, I'm a mod.
Yeah, so... Yeah, just one second. I closed a bunch of stuff when I was trying to get my camera back to work.
So this is the main splash page. This is before you create any pages at all. So this is like not in your project, really. This is just something that shows up if there's no pages.
Right.
And if you see here, it'll give you the way to generate your first page. And then once you do that, it'll replace this with your new page.
Oh, okay. Is that what we're going to do?
Yeah.
All right.
So I usually just call it home, Home.
Okay. Yeah, okay. It doesn't have to be my page. Let's call it home. Okay. All right.
And then after you do home, add then a space and a / because otherwise it'll create a route called home.
All right.
Yes, you want the route to be the main route. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because we haven't actually looked at the makeup of this project yet. And, okay, there's just a fatal and not found page. Okay. So if I go home... Does like something magically show up here now? There it is. Home page. All right. Cool. And we have a home page. Okay, so I guess a lot of what we're going to be looking at is web and then there's API. So this is like front end, back end kind of mentality when you approach this.
Yeah, and that's why there's a package.json each, because one is a React app that V is running, and the other is a GraphQL server that just Node is running.
Okay. Okay, cool. All right.
By the way, someone asked the hard question. They said, ask Anthony about defer and stream GraphQL directives and where they fit in with the server first meta framework. So once you throw in React server components, like I have absolutely no idea, but just for people who aren't GraphQL nerds, these are basically specific GraphQL directives that are meant to enable basically streaming. Getting streaming working with GraphQL is there's arguments over what is the best way to do it. This is another reason why it would be good to have a framework like Redwood to figure this stuff out for you, because it's just the GraphQL world hasn't really decided like the best way to do this. So let me see where exactly we landed on this. So David Tierson has a post here. Actually, let me give this to you so you can share it with everybody.
Right.
Okay, so we use what are called live queries. So with that, use the live directive. So this is slightly different from GraphQL stream and defer, but as far as I know, it solves the same problem. So for people who want to know more about that, and this is like a kind of a super duper niche thing. But this is like we have thought about, we have docs on it, we have a whole explanation for it here.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because, yeah, I guess if your data is large enough for this is a consideration. Most of my consideration around streaming hasn't actually been around data size so much, because like browser... Yeah, it's interesting. It's just like it's the trade-off of
also
gzip for.
So
yeah,
I guess the question is like, but are you building things like video streaming app?
Right. So, but are they using GraphQL as the protocol? I guess that's where this comes in, right?
Exactly, because in general, like the Redwood was originally set up as your GraphQL server is like a monolithic serverless Lambda function. And it just didn't make sense to do this stuff at all. But then as more people started using it, it's become more important to have production ready server. We made it possible to just run it in a node server or a container. You don't have to run it in a Lambda, because this would be totally infeasible with a Lambda function, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. It was just one of those interesting things, because like when we talk about I mean, I've hit this recently also with ChatGPT because people are really worried about like ChatGPT because of the latency at the time loading. So the streaming actually is beneficial. Whereas like most services respond fast enough that the only benefit of streaming is really about service failure decoupling, not about the actual fact that it streams. So it's interesting when like it's funny because I'm out there going, yeah, streaming, get streaming everywhere, stream, but it's actually has mostly to do with like improving the speed of loading by reducing coupling rather than the fact streaming itself. Because I mean, to be fair,
because you're talking about HTML streaming though, which is
mostly because
because
HTML actually streams anyway. Like if you send HTML, a large chunk of HTML, the browser will chunk it up and send it in like anyway. So it's like. Yeah, exactly. There's no latency there usually from the source, but if the latency is from the source, then this becomes a much bigger feature. I was trying to think of
if you're someone who has a full stack app that they built by themselves and there's no backend team, then this may come up.
Yeah. I was trying to think of like what scenario would you be running this through GraphQL, but I guess if your whole backend was GraphQL, then there you go.
Yeah, because that's kind of the dream is that ideally you shouldn't have to reach out of GraphQL because the whole dev experience and everything and the way the framework works and the way the front end queries work is all based around GraphQL.
Gotcha.
Although we do also give you the ability to create REST endpoints if you want. That's also something that exists. So.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I was just looking around here.
Sweet. This is new. I've barely even seen this.
Yeah. So there's a Redwood plugin for Vite.
Look at that.
So simple enough. Just set up your config. TS config again. Standard.
I gotta give big shout outs to Danny Chowdhury and Toby, who are the ones who actually like made this work over a very, very long period of time. So not me. I'm not the one who integrated Vite.
Just config. Most of the stuff comes in forms, router, web. Okay. And then you got React and React DOM 18.2. Okay. Public folder, I'm going to be like a fave icon. Okay. Robots text. Cool. And then immediately we meet components.
Yeah, so you'll have no components and no layouts yet. You can generate those just like you generated the page. Right now, the home page, that is the main thing that you generated. So go to home page under pages.
2 seconds. I want to see something first.
Sure, yeah.
So this is our entry route. We have an error boundary wrapping the provider, wrapping routes. Interesting. I wonder if the router has suspense built in. That'd be an interesting choice.
Yes, anyways. So that's the thing. That's the router with suspense built in that we were talking about earlier.
Right, yeah. It's one of those things that, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll get to the routes file.
And then entry client is a hydrate if it has children already. Otherwise, render. That makes sense. Okay. Is there an entry server, or is that
Yeah, that'll be in the API.
Right, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about. Okay. Redwood SSRs, right?
We should now. Like that's part of getting Vite in. We couldn't do SSR before Vite, so it's like this is. Let me see, actually. This is now turned on finally.
I mean, we can if we can. This is what I was looking for. There's no render to stream or render to string. That's what I was looking for. Like, maybe it's like an implied hidden thing. Let's see what the default is.
So you're gonna want. Let's look at the.
Actually, right, because there's nothing in the home page. I've already gone too far.
All good. So there's the pre-render thing. This is kind of what we were doing if you wanted to. Actually, hold on. Sorry. We broke really important here. Render modes. We have something called render modes. This is very, very new, so I forgot about this. So this is what you need right now.
Okay.
Chats. Yeah. So now we have this new thing called render modes, which is where you can turn on things like SSR and streaming.
Okay. So why is this actually? I'm kind of confused why this page didn't work. Look, is it localhost 89?
Okay, so basically, what's going to happen is in your routes.tsx file, you're going to have render mode equals, and then you're going to pass either static or server, or stream, meta or client.
Before we're even getting there, I just added a page. Is it okay? So this is the default page, what it looks like, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then if I go to my network, doc, okay, refresh. Let me look at you.
X out that thing on the bottom too.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I just shrink it down for the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it is CSR by default.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right. Please keep this div empty. Good job.
So we can change this to pre-rendering it.
Right. And that's index.html that I'm looking at right here. Got you. Okay. So this is like the reason I'm talking about. I'm personally interested in this area because I've been having. We tried this really cool thing where we made server rendering and CSR have the exact same entry point, and you could just switch the mode, like we're talking about right now.
Yeah, right.
Except it's a freaking pain in the ass trying to generate the index for the build, and then like it was breaking on Docker and all this stuff. So then I got to a point where I'm like, fine, maybe I'll just do an index HTML and like anyway, But it's,
Interesting.
I mean, to be fair, I want to get away from that again still, so I'm not sure. It's just one of the things, like, it just never worked properly. But there's an index HTML here. Because one thing I was thinking about is a single page app and, a server rendered app and, like, a client rendered app have a very different usage of this, so to speak. Because on a single page app, a client side rendered app, rather, you might put something in really generic, like, our site, because you don't know what every index gets served for everything, so you don't even know what page you're dealing with. But on a server rendered site, when you have like the document, you might like change it for every page that you hit for the first time, because the meta tags will be specific to the page. It's something you can't do until
we thought that's in our render modes RFC, is that exactly specific thing of whether you want to include the meta or not.
Right. So okay, let's say I want to do SSR. How do I switch my render mode?
Well, let's see if render mode is turned on by default, or if we have to do something else. So go to your route, and then routes.tsx, and then go to the route that got created with the green line, and add another one that says render mode. That's camel case. Like add it, like instead of path page name, like render mode.
Okay, render.
Yep, and then have it say, let's try static first and see what happens.
I've got HTML and I got stream.
Interesting. Let's try static and see what happens.
Okay.
This should be basically the same as the pre-render. So let's see. And maybe we have to turn on like an experimental feature is probably what the case is.
Okay. Okay, no, that one was in no dice. What are these other interesting render modes? Let's try and. I wonder if it's all the same in dev. So there's also a possibility that in dev it doesn't do. No, I mean that would never fly. What's the other one? Stream.
Let's see.
Begin.
Let me see. Danny's got an example repo here. Let me take a look at this.
Yeah, I forgot about this. Someone told me this a long time ago that Redwood didn't do SSR, and that was the actually most standout thing. People talk about the opinions, and I was like, this is like, I haven't seen a meta framework not do SSR. But again, it makes sense.
It's pretty big. Yeah, it's a pretty big thing that everyone was complaining about. Yeah.
Jumping to server components is like skipping it's like
Well, yeah, that's how we're kind of doing them in tandem to a certain extent, but I think we're going to have the render modes before React Server Components. I think I'm not entirely positive about that.
But what I'm thinking is what's interesting here, and the first thing that comes to me is this is a per route level config, which is very, very, very cool.
Okay, I think I actually know what's happening here. Render mode should be HTML. Actually, the RFC is out of date.
Okay, sure. So it's HTML. Is it because I'm in dev? Like that it never server renders?
So if we want to server render it, let's try for that. Yeah, I guess try stream, see what happens.
I already tried stream. They
tried stream. All right.
Neither of them server rendered. Okay, that's fine. We can get there again.
Let me try this other repo. Let's have you clone this one down. So this is Danny's example has render modes turned on for sure.
Okay.
I didn't talk about render modes in the V6 release notes, so this might not be entirely fully baked yet.
So, but if I'm understanding correctly, pre V6 you didn't do SSR in.
Correct. Yeah, we might still not do SSR. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Fair enough. Yes. Do you want me to just clone down this thing?
Yeah. Give this one a try. This should already be pre-configured for render modes.
All right. Let's go over here. Another example. Okay.
Let me see. And this is on which Redwood version? Yeah, so this is on experimental build of Redwood right now.
Okay. So this is 6 might not even okay, I see. So this is
probably not. Yeah. So that's why we said we turned on suspense but not yet server-side rendering essentially.
Okay. I mean, we don't have to.
I'm kind of curious. I want to see just how far we can go with this. Let's see. You're going to have to reinstall your dependencies though, so do yarn again.
Or just yarn with yarn.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah.
People have general questions about Redwood they want to ask in the chat. If so, hit us with it.
Okay.
I've dropped a lot of links so far, so I'll try and collect as many of those as possible for the show notes.
Okay, just a second. That one is off, so I just want to make sure. Data map. We might not have. We might not be in the right. We might not be lucky today.
Well, this is probably because there might be a backend setup that we got
that we're missing, right? Because we don't have like something for Prisma probably, or no session secret. Okay, we need a session secret.
Let me just real quickly look at the.
DB auth requires a second secret environment that's used in your crypto stack. Use yarn RWG secret to.
Okay, it's never SQLite. You should do yarn Redwood migrate or Prisma migrate dev should work. So yeah, kick out of that entirely. So yarn RW, yeah. So yarn RW Prisma, yep. Migrate, yep. DEV, yep. Try that. So what this does, this sets up your SQLite tables. Boom. Now try it.
All right, SQLite. Oh. They still want my session secret.
Go do.
They do have a bunch of instructions on how to do that.
Yeah, so you have to generate a secret. It's pretty simple. There's a command for it.
Mind you, this did load, but.
I can show you how to set up the secret. It won't take very long.
Okay, this looks like it's server rendered.
Killer.
Yeah, I see some comments with $ markers, and yeah, looks like it's server rendered.
All right, Redwood supports server-side rendering. I've been waiting 3 years for this moment.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
Literally, I think it was like the 16th issue ever written or something like that. It was like, when's Redwood going to support SSR? So here we go. How to enable SSR by default. Issue number 18, first written January 8th, 2020. Incredible.
Yeah, because, okay. So yeah, this is the render mode thing. No, that's ours. Where is it? Let's look what they did here. So when I look in the source here, first of all, there is Huh.
There is an entry server now. Yeah.
Entry client. That's funny. They're using the solid start convention rather than the remix convention. That's interesting.
Hey, look at us go.
Yeah, but yes, now
Because
there's an
we
entry.
wanted to rip off a different framework. Because you wouldn't yell at us for ripping you off, obviously.
No, because I've already ripped off everyone else. Okay. Hydrate root. So the entry client is basically the same. Entry server now has, yeah, okay. Location provider, blah, blah, blah. Document component from document. So the base setup here. Yeah, see, this is the other way to do it.
So what's different between this and solid start? Why do you say that?
Well, because this is actually a problem that I've been like revisiting here. By extracting the document here with the lowercase, right? And this is what this is an option we can do as well. Then you can do something. Oh, and there's an index HTML. Okay, we'll ignore the index HTML for a moment. This is like all of the above. Okay, yeah. Now the thing is.
That's probably to keep compatibility with all previous Redwood apps. And I would, bare minimum, we can't get rid of the index.html at this point. It's infeasible. But
the thing is, if you have your main root entry or whatever you set up, and you have the lowercase HTML, you can't use a client side. Client side can't handle you like going, like it depends on how your framework renders, but like in Solid's case, like it can't like clone an HTML document it doesn't work. But generally, even with React, like what you're going to do with this, like it just this doesn't work. But on server side, you want this, right? And this is what I'm talking about, the dynamic injection points. So the thing is, what you can do here is the entry server and entry, they both import doc, right? And as long as you put in a separate component, it should be. Oh, actually, this isn't even doing anything fancy, but like it is possible to get into a zone where you could like say if you're in a CSR type mode, just skip this. What Solid's doing right now, which I'm not like super stoked on, is we made all of these capital imports from the framework. And what that does is it no-ops essentially the stuff in between. Like it just, like if we're at a client-side build, those components just return their children. They do nothing. And then if we're a server build, we actually generate the HTML with it. So you can have the same entry point for even a CSR build, and we basically just skip it on the client. On the server, we generate the string. Like at build time, we just run it, and it's similar. We have a body tag, and on the server, what we do is when we hit the body tag on this mode, we just don't render the children. And when we're in CSR mode, so that we only render the index up to the body.
Right. You said that's at build time though. So do you have a way at SSR at runtime?
Yeah. So in dev, this is where this got kind of nasty. We still have that behavior, but the problem is Vite would like still pull in a bunch of crap, and then people would complain. They're like, why is my client only module on the server and crashing? So this is like part of why I've been having things. So we end up swapping out the root, but then people didn't get their proper meta tags. Like it's been a mess on start. This is one of those slowdowns, is getting CSR to work, because most frameworks don't support both. The only one that supports both that I know that works really well is SvelteKit. And the reason SvelteKit works well with both is they always just use index HTML. So your app entry does not have like this. But the trade-off of doing that is, well, I can show you right now. SvelteKit, or was it kit.svelte? Yeah. The trade-off of taking this sort of approach is that, what is it? It's not routing, it's like project structure, yeah. The trade-off of doing this sort of thing is you end up with like another DSL. Like I wonder if there's like, I wonder if there's a place I can see it, but they probably have somewhere in the docs where you can talk about app.html, I want to say it's called. Did I not get that app.html? No, I'm not finding it right at the moment, but essentially their HTML has like not just one location, like, you know how the Redwood app had like, oh, here's the root, don't mess with it. It's like you've got like 6 different types of tags that you can pass into the HTML file, so you make sure that you can insert all the stuff and have the controls. and it has a completely different syntax and Svelte syntax, and you know what I mean. It's like a new language just for this one file.
Right,
So
yeah.
trade-offs there. Anyway, I was curious to see what was doing here. Next has another approach but again, Next's approach is basically server component forward. Like with the page directory versus the app directory. The app directory does something that would never work for CSR. So like, not many people have gone. Almost no one has gone CSR and SSR in the same app with just a toggleable config. We tried it.
Seems like that's what we're aiming for, and with how we have it set up with the route file and our own router, it should eventually be possible with the render mode. So if we get that into V7, it sounds like we'll be ahead of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was our goal as well, which is we have something that kind of works, but not really. That's why I'm like revisiting it right now. It's probably like the source of like one of the biggest things, because a lot of people come in, and this is something at Redwood people would hit too. People building apps, people not building like their e-commerce sites, come in to SolidStart and they're like, they want to use all those really client-side libraries that no one's got SSR support for. Like AGGrid is a perfect example. We had Nile on stream, but crazy graph, interactive, like table, stuff. And there's no SSR. They're not going to ever support SSR, but it actually breaks SSR for us. And then it's like, they're like, okay, fine. You know what? I don't actually need SSR for my app. I'll just flip it off. And then it's like, yeah, if you're doing that today in SolidStart, you might hit issues as well. So it's like rocking a hard place until we solve it. That's why I want to focus on it, because you can go build this client-side rendered app in Solid using the templates, like whenever you want, not using SolidStart. You can build a server rendered app in SolidStart pretty well. It's people trying to build client-side rendered apps in SolidStart that have a little bit more of an issue. So I want to fix that.
And it's so funny how all of a sudden you've arrived at the thing Solid was created to do can no longer be done.
So yeah, it's this kind of back and forth play, and like how does index HTML fit into it? Trying to come up with this. There's like I've thought of several different options. They start getting clunkier and clunkier as you go. So it's like as I said, I was kind of saying here is like, how many entry files do you need at this point to get there?
Looks like we have all of them.
Yeah. So. Anyway,
but this is the cool thing though with the Redwood project though, is that once this is all worked out and you're generating your project, you'll never need to touch any of those files. Like they'll exist, whichever ones end up existing. You'll never think about them. You'll only have to configure your stuff within your different routes after you've actually created your pages and have an app. So again, this goes back to Redwood is figuring all this stuff out for you. It's taking us a very, very long time. Obviously it's complicated, but it's going to get to the point where you basically just put a single word to say, I want this route to render this way. And that's going to be the ultimate dev experience.
Yeah. Okay. I'm kind of interested here because this app actually has more for me to look at a little bit going on. Because like when I go into this route,
we should put in the secret then, and then we can look at the dashboard. Probably.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let me finally listen to what they were yelling at me about.
You just scroll down all the way to the bottom because it's got given to you a couple times. Yeah, that's the main one. Yeah. And don't worry about like leaking it because this is just local. Eventually just tear this down. This is all on a SQLite database. This isn't in prod.
Yeah, but like,
so now you're gonna copy paste that, put in your .env file.
Right, but this is all local right now, right? Like there's no database
this is a
somewhere.
SQLite database running on your computer.
Yeah, so no one cares. Okay.
Yeah.
So
if you wanted to, you could put it on Railway really easily. So create an actual .env. Don't use any of the example or defaults. Create a file called .env.
And this is top level.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And this is already in your git ignore.
All right. And then it's session secret equals.
Well, let's see if that works.
All right.
You just close your other project right now. Probably not going back to it at this point.
Okay.
Unless you want to.
Yeah, no, it's fair. Well, if this all works and is inspectable, then we should be able to. All right. Okay, so this looks like it's not complaining at me anymore. I am on localhost.
So try this. Go to localhost 8911 /GraphQL.
Yeah. So we have what do you call it? Inspector or whatever, graphical type thing.
Explorer,
Explorer,
playground, whatever you want to
whatever it
call
is,
it.
call
Yeah.
it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then so before you run this query, add current user under version. You should bump up your font too.
Yeah. I'm just gonna.
I love GraphQL. A lot of people seem to not, but I'm a big fan.
Sorry. What do you say?
So just add a yeah, and then current user. Yep. And then hit the plus. All right, great. So we do not have a user, but that's probably okay. And then that's the version we're on. So that's why I say we're on like an experimental build right now. So let's see. Hold on real quick. Let me just kind of look at what's going on in this repo. You can go back to the front end now.
Okay. I mean, what's cool? It's kind of, yeah. We actually get to see everything. Okay, so use auth wraps the whole thing, and then / landing page. But the landing, do you know what the problem is? The landing page. I mean, maybe this is just because it's a demo right now. Okay, so first of all, let's look at the thing here. Landing page test, landing page story, landing page route hooks. Okay, so I don't just got a page. I got lots of stuff. I'm not gonna worry about route hooks. I'm gathering this is our like loader. And then this is our meta. Yeah, okay, I understand.
Yeah, and then the stories that's the storybook file, and the test file. So anytime you generate stuff, it automatically generates a test for you. So you're kind of getting TDD out of the box, and then a storybook file. So you can just run your storybook command and get storybook working without having to create an individual storybook file for each thing.
Then use server data. So this is our loader pattern. Navigate hero, navigate link to blah blah blah. Route simple, click to go to simple. Okay, so first nav layout. I want to go to the layouts for a second. So layouts, nav layout, because I think the nav layout
just wrap pages, and then it accepts the page as the children to the layout.
Yeah, so layout of layout. Yeah, this is an interesting approach, right? So your nested routing isn't, because you don't use a file system routing, it isn't actually nested. It's interesting. The guys in Astro was talking about nested routing. They're talking about a system like this, yeah. And you pass children through, and children actually end up being the outlet. That's actually a necessity for server components. Side note, it's something I've been thinking about also with Solid Router. And Remix probably has to think about it a bit, because there's no context on the server and the server component land for good reason. Don't want to explain that right now. Using props children from the route or layout components is really kind of the way to do it. Okay, so I understand that. But what was interesting here is, based on whether you're authenticated or not, the links change. And my problem that I was having was none of the links seemed clickable. Because I was like, okay, I'm on the landing page. I'm not logged in, right? But then it was like, why can't I, 89, 10? Yeah. I was like, okay, I'm here. These links are not clickable. Maybe these links are? Okay, so this is just something else. Okay, this is...
It might just be because this is a demo. We didn't set up those links correctly. I'm looking in there right now just to make sure.
Okay, so there is a sign in and sign up. So I can sign up.
You should be able to. That was the point of creating the secrets, that your auth would work.
All right, this is very much a demo. So my username is going to be Ryan, and my password, ooh, see that? I found it. Is going to be stream or something. Oh, good, it's hidden at least. And I'm going to sign up right now. No, I'm not going to save that password. Okay, so now I'm logged in. So we got auth working, and now when I go to recipes, they tell me empty, and I can log out.
Okay, so I think you might be able to create a recipe if you go to /recipes.
So I want to check something. It's so weird. I keep on seeing this weird flicker, and it's like, I think it's a layout shift, because I think the page gets sent with all the content. It does. Okay. Okay, so it's just a layout shift. Okay, that's fine. All right. See, all right. Did I sign myself out again? I didn't change any code. Oh no, I'm logged in on this page, just not on the other page. Okay, that's fine. Refresh. I'm in. Oh, the about page just doesn't know how to handle. It's probably an unauthorized page, like one that doesn't require authorization.
Yeah, it doesn't, and that's the one that has the render mode turned on.
And it's like not realizing which mode I'm in. It'd be interesting if this is just like a server client mismatch thing.
Should I go to simple /simple?
Yeah, that's off the mage pane. Go to simple. Don't know what this is supposed to do. Redirected page. Beautiful. So they're showing like a page intercept redirect, if I understand, because simple is /simple, and then we end up on redirected simple. I think maybe just the current state of the project is someone playing with a feature like server redirects.
I would imagine so, yeah.
That's fine. I'm getting what this is putting out there. Because there's no file system routing, this is just really actually just convention. It doesn't actually matter. So what's cool about this kind of setup is that your pages are mostly flat. You just have, well, actually, yeah, I guess your pages are flat. It's interesting though, because your layouts can get pretty hefty when you do this sort of approach. But they also
if you go to /admin /categories, then you can see the dashboard also.
I imagine that layouts can also have route hooks.
So yeah, it's a good question. Not sure.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's try.
So no, like just admin /categories, like the word categories. Just like that, yeah.
No category.
Okay, so this might be, you might have to rerun yarn migrate Prisma, the Prisma command, because I spun mine up and I'm able to see categories there. So I think you have to run that once you already have the secret created, I would guess. So rerun your migrate, yeah, that one. And now see what happens. Okay, that should be good. Interesting.
This page, you can tell when the page is client-side rendered.
8910 /admin /categories. Huh, that's really weird. So I cloned down the exact same thing, and it seems to be working.
All right.
Very strange.
I can add a new category. Click this plus button. No. Yeah, new. Okay.
Yeah, so on mine, I can't add categories either. So the mutations are probably not set up yet, which does not surprise me.
Okay, but I mean, this is cool. This is cooler than what I was expecting. I was like, okay, I'm gonna come in.
Good.
I mean, to be fair, we probably should teach some people about like actually teach me actual Redwood. Like, but this is like all the cool stuff that I like looking at. This is usually when later on in the stream I'm like,
your thoughts would be, I'm sure, valuable to the main team if you ever like poking around and be like, oh, I have to think about this too, you know?
Yeah. No. But yeah, I mean, I get what's going on here structurally. I mean, we could just keep on trying routes, right? Like.
Well, so on your homepage, you don't see any recipes at all right now, right?
Yeah.
If so, I should share mine because mine's actually working.
Okay, cool. Share your screen and I'll put it up there.
Yeah. Let me just make sure all my stuff is in a good spot.
All right. I mean, the other thing that I'm obviously interested in, everything we've been doing so far makes sense to me. Like the hooks, it's like .server and SvelteKit or whatever, like different conventions. We used to have .data, but you're gonna have to tell me what a cell is because we haven't actually gotten to that point here. And I think I saw it mentioned somewhere recipe cell. recipe, or maybe that's a UI thing, like recipe card, recipe cell, like maybe not. Okay, you good, Anthony? You're muted right now.
Yeah, you can put mine up.
Okay.
Okay, so now you see here. So if I went back to admin categories, so we have these categories here, and each one has their own specific page. And this is the scaffold that gets set up for you automatically. So you basically have a CRUD interface for all your models. And that's just a thing. And then
question: did you change your mic when you went mute? Just wondering. It just got kind of in a different crunchy. Okay.
Actually, oh wait, hold on. No, you're right. Yes. Okay. There we go.
Better.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you're back. It was giving me a little of the harshness.
It went to my earbuds. Yeah. Okay. This is like a recipe page.
All right.
Let's see what's going on here. So we hit this is our endpoint with the GraphQL endpoint. So what we're doing is we're sending a query usually. Yeah, so let me check this out. GraphQL. So we should be able to query this directly. Except not like that though. So this is find recipe query, and that query will be here. So let's do that, and then we need the ID right here. So, boom. Okay, cool. So this is the actual, so the back end is this GraphQL API, and this is the query. So what a cell is, and you said you wanted me to explain a cell. So the cell, it's a way to declaratively set up your data fetching. So when it's loading, we automatically handle the loading state. When it's empty, we automatically handle the empty state. When there's an error, we automatically handle the error. And when there's success, this is the component you would actually write. So right now we're pulling in this recipe component. So the recipe component then is, where's that?
Interesting.
Recipe. So the recipe is this. That's the recipe component. And then we're using this React Markdown thing to render it. And it's basically just spitting out a bunch of content, it looks like. So, and then what we're seeing here is the success is basically put into the page. So then this page would be the recipe page. So that's down here. And then the recipe page brings in the recipe cell.
Yeah.
So you place the recipe cell where you want the data fetching to actually happen and then display. So if there's an error, it would display the error here on the page. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, and it must be. See, I obviously have mechanical questions, but I mean it's. I mean this looks like it encourages nested data fetching, right? And so I'm pretend I'm in CSR land, which is what Redwood generally has been to this point, and I'm behind a code split route. So I'm on one page and I go to the next page. Does that mean that I have to load the JavaScript to get down to where I fetch that thing to make my API call? You know what I mean? There's an implicit waterfall there. The loader pattern, for example, in Remix, and it looks like it's these route data hooks in the new stuff, will hoist the stuff up, which means that it'll fetch at the same time as the route changes, versus fetching after the route changes. And I guess that was my interest about the cell architecture. The cell architecture is innately nested, right? Unless it's the compiler's hoisting out the fetching. But I mean,
Yeah, the idea is that your cell you're putting on a specific page. So I guess if you wanted to have like the same cell on multiple pages, then yeah, I'm not sure exactly how that would work. And I figured out here you can save these and then go to your recipes. Let's see if that actually worked and saved it.
Yeah, see, the funny thing is the links when you got it small don't work, but if you like move your DevTools over and the layout shifts, the links will work. The top level links are hidden work. Those ones work.
Ah, interesting. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just, but okay, yeah. Sorry, it's just interesting from my perspective. I wonder if there's anything that gets done there because, oh man, this is. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. And so when you save it, then it saves it to your right. So we do have actual functionality here where stuff is being written to the database.
The thing is, the cell architecture will work very well with server components. Not very well, but like will work decently well with server components. But ironically, I actually think unless there's like a special step that actually hoists them up, it's actually detrimental for client rendering. Ironically,
Interesting.
like just mechanically because of the implicit waterfalls that would come from it. You want to hoist data fetching. Server components are kind of like, yeah, you don't really need to hoist data fetching. You know, like waterfalls are okay. I wonder. I kind of wonder about cells, like because a few years ago everyone did stuff like this and no one cared, and then like I mean I cared. That's how I was killing them at benchmarks. But then like Remix and they're like, look, we care. But like even React Router was like that because I guess my question is like it would take a compiler, right? This is the relay trick to a degree, right? Like your GraphQL queries, if they like use fragments, could get around this. But like I'm not sure how the cells play into that. Like maybe the cells just represent the loading state. So as long as
say here that the cell is based like Redwood knows the cell just because it's like has cell in the title. It just like moves stuff around with its kind of
right.
magic.
So what I'm wondering is like I guess the queries can get hoisted and then the cells can be used just for the UI state.
So you do things called before query and after query. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about.
No, what I'm talking about is like when a route changes, does it wait for the JavaScript to load before it fetches anything? Which is an interesting question. It is. You'll see the cells request font. Oh, yeah. Was there? And if the page has a cell, you'll see the cells request fonts, which may have contributed to the error. Okay, no.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure about how the router and the cells work together.
I mean, could we confirm it very easily? Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think it happens after the page loads. That's just kind of how it works. So
right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting because I can see. It's funny. It seems like the cleanest way I can picture React written in 2017. That's like what were my head.
That's really funny though, because this is like written in like 2018, 2019. So it's
right.
You're right on the money with that.
Right. And then it's like, what's interesting is that, but the convention can help a lot because you're actually seeing the convention return in Next.js because they have like dot placeholder and dot error. So Next 13 app directory, so what's wrong with the server components, actually have separate files for the pieces of the cell.
Yeah, that to me seems a little obnoxious.
But like that, well,
because if your thing's handling it anyway and just moving stuff around, compiling, transpiling, whatever, then you want them all in like one nice file where you just see them. You don't want to change files to mess with your loading and error states.
I think this is like like everyone has their own comfort level. I think we saw this with like some people like don't like the Remix or I guess Solid Start style or really Redwood. It looks like probably was the first one style, like using special exports, right? It's funny. Next used to use special exports, but now they've decided special exports are maybe not good.
By special exports, that what you mean with like the cell, how it's like figuring out how to export all to make just one nice clean component.
Well, like that, yeah. You have like each named export has a special behavior associated with it, like, and the same way with loader and action and remix and like that.
Yeah,
kind
we've
of
been doing that since the beginning. That's just how we've done it. Yeah.
Right, but then like what do you call it? Svelte and Next.js both recently kind of got away from that, so that's what I was like. They went to separate files, so I was like, it's kind of like there's like this interesting play tension there because they're I guess they're concerned. Do you know why?
Nope.
it's because if you import stuff, see, their problem was for server stuff. In this case of Redwood, this is all client side, so you're fine. But the reason that they had those exports for like get static props or server side data, which meant that, yes, in theory, if you import something and only use it and get server side props, it does not end up in the client bundle. The problem is if that thing you import has side effects, it won't let itself be tree shaken out. And that is why, you know, like in those cases that they stopped doing it. But it's also, it's you hit this relatively quickly if your data format is imperative code. But in the case here where it's GraphQL query, I don't think you hit that, right? Because you can just describe that without importing any code. But if you're like Prisma.get something, then importing Prisma is a perfect example of one of those things, right?
Yeah, you would never need to do that because we have the Prisma is in the API is specifically separated from the front end.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I'm following that a little bit better now.
So I think with Redwood, you know, we had a separation between the front end and the back end that was clear and explicit and on purpose from the very beginning. So I think that could be like the one kind of meta point that helps us be set up for like this new world where now everyone has to figure out how to do that.
Yeah, this has very much been the concern here because like I'm getting ahead of myself, but now I'm picturing like server components, and you might say this is why they put the render modes on the routes, because you're gonna like there's probably gonna be like render mode RSC or whatever to tell you that this route is a server component, because then suddenly your page actually starts as and your layouts will be like on the server, and then you'll have client components. So then you'll need to be this is like, man, this is just going to be interesting. And I'm not pointing anything necessarily like Redwood. It's just like entering this world where like you have opinions and well-structured code, and then React's like, no, you should structure your code this other way. Like they're actually like straight up like doing it. And then you're like, okay, well, I can still use this thing with inside my thing. But then like you get to this interesting place where like the meaning of stuff changes slightly. And a perfect example of that is client components and RSCs now are used client, and then like, yeah, you know, then you're like, some of my pages are server component pages and some of them are not. Yeah, it's funny because I'm actually working through the exact same problem set. It is definitely one of those things where it's like, it's a lot.
We should have you pull up so Toby has another one. We don't have to run this one because I wasn't able to get to work, but you should just look at this real quick. Hold on, let me find that link again.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay. Okay, actually, so yeah, so what this is doing is he has you just generate a project. So we could try doing that, and then you'll be able to see what the project looks like once it's already set up for React Server components. We won't be able to run it because it's still work in progress. We can see what it looks like at least.
Okay. Well, I mean, give me 2 seconds. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the area that Redwood is actually like a very good example of like, there's been concern about how React rolls out server components and like remixes, you know, often the conversation, but I feel like you almost should start with like almost like something like Redwood that's actually the furthest on the opinionated side to actually vet whether this is actually something that can actually slip in. So current functionality and expectations, you can render one or more components inside the main app server component. CSS, right now there's no router support. Okay, yeah, well, I mean, that's the freaking hardest. That is the whole thing. Server components is a routing technique. I mean, it isn't, but it is. That's actually the whole thing. They didn't work. Yeah, this might be positive. Nikhil has actually made PRs to get Vite versions of server components work. I don't know if it's been merged yet, but that's why I had him on stream of like a month or so back. Cause
yeah, when I cloned this down today and tried to run it, I was hitting some sort of error with Vite and got pointed to an open Vite issue.
Yeah, there's no yarn RNG. Yeah, so no video. Okay, we can look at what you're saying is we can look at the project to see what they're.
Yeah, exactly. So if you do this, if you just copy all this, this will generate you a new Redwood project. Then you'll run the Redwood experimental commands, and those will then configure it for the RSC.
What is this?
He's creating like a temporary folder and sticking it in there. You can ignore that thing at the end.
Do I need the? Yeah, it's fine. I can put anything there, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Let's make another one of these.
You're in your Redwood project right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Redwood.
RSC.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the way he has it set up is he's not using, and like you said, there's not using like pages or any of that kind of stuff. And he just kind of has it all plopped in the src directory. There's still an entry.client, entry.server, and then something called an entries.ts file, a document file. Right. Yeah, so pretty similar to what we were looking at with Danny's.
Why am I not? It's like, I'm like, why am I blind? I positive I put it inside examples. Okay, where do
Is you are still on node 16. You need to go back to node 18.
What the? I swore. Okay. What the? So yeah, you're. What the, okay. npm alias default 18.
Now I understand why I told you to use Volta.
Okay, so mvm use 18. Okay, just mv node dash version. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. This. Okay. We're just gonna. This explains why I was on. Why I was on 16 still on this one.
I think if you take out the engines thing, it might also work. We shouldn't mess with that. We should just try and get you on 18.
All right. So where was I? I was doing this.
That one, yeah.
Maybe I need to make a folder first.
Well, take the Y out actually of the command. Yeah. And the Y at the beginning too. There's two of them. That's why. There's a dash. We got two dash Ys in there.
All right. Whatever. TypeScript. I won't bother on this one.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Because it got generated before because you had it got confused because the flags and stuff. Try and just go into the project, see if it was actually generated.
All right. I'll trust the authors.
Okay. All right, cool. And as I said, you're not gonna be able to run this. So let's just look at the files.
All right.
Okay, so now you gotta run the experimental commands next. This is just because Ryan wants to see the hot new stuff. This will not be how this actually is. Once we have RSC set up, you don't have to do any of this stuff. There's two commands in there.
Yeah, I'm hoping they run in succession. No.
Just copy the first one first.
Fine.
Yeah.
All right. Why does it think I'm in? What? Am I in? No. Okay, this is I like screwed some. It thinks there's a project in examples. Doesn't see the part of the development examples.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here.
Like, did I?
Oh yeah, because you ran it. Because you have a yarn in here.
Like what?
Okay.
Okay. It's also possible that now that we're where we
I'm also realizing you are gonna have to run yarn to run the experimental command, I think. So like install your dependencies first. So just run yarn by itself. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right.
If you can't get it to work, I can just clone what I have, what I'm looking at right now. Just go to that.
Well, we're
almost there.
Yeah, we're exploring Redwood 7 here.
Yeah, right. That hot new. How's Netlify, by the way?
Yeah, it's going okay. As you know, there was a hard restructuring like about a month back, but team seems more focused than ever on the goal, which is it's kind of crazy after the it's a very different Netlify than I joined a year ago, but there's a lot of really good energy about focusing on the base of the platform, focusing on the primitives.
Cool.
Yeah, the last couple weeks, even I've just the kind of every week we have a start of the week kind of thing, and it's been full of demos of new features being developed by teams. It's a different kind of energy. I'm pretty excited about that.
Awesome. I was looking forward to new features.
Yeah. Okay. So not that. Okay. So then now we try this. All right. And then we try the other one. All right. Okay. Document.
Cool. Yeah. So this is how it would be set up.
Entry server. Very similar to what we were looking at in the other example. Index is still here. Entries. Okay. Don't know what this is, but not going to worry about it too much. Document. It's probably the way of faking the router. Counter user component and app TSX. So I guess what we're supposed to realize here is that this is actually a server entry. This is a server component, and then yeah. So interesting. The document isn't actually here, but that's the RC should be part of the router layer assets. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, this is just a server component entry file with a client component in it, and I'm gathering this was just testing to see what that would look like. Yeah, we're super early here, but yeah, presumably, yeah. I mean, most of the beginning is just getting the build to work. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if there's actually a ton to see here just yet, but I because it's the downstream implications where things get interesting, right? Because even the SSR stuff is going to be really interesting from the impact it has on data fetching. I mean, I'm assuming we didn't actually look at this when we were looking at your this example. I'm actually going to go back here for a second. I don't know how many of the pages are actually, I mean, I can check from the routes. How many of the pages are actually server rendered? Just the about page. Okay. Yeah, because I was going to say, I don't think the about page has GraphQL queries on it or something. It'd be interesting to all the deduping type stuff that happens, right? Like when you have the server render, suddenly you don't want to, you fetch on the server and then you don't want to fetch on the client, and then you have to pre the GraphQL cache has to be pre-populated with that data. So
we can try running this. The GraphQL server does work, and then it does load some things on the home page. So let's just see what happens.
Oh, okay. So, but yeah. So
the React server components one, not this one.
Okay, React server components. So can I do yarn dev or rw dev or whatever it is?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, that's good.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So you see how your backend's working.
We'll just keep 8910.
Okay. Oh, you gotta do a build first.
Okay, fair enough.
So yarn redwood build. And actually, and it's not dev, it's serve. Yeah, so yarn redwood. So first build. Yeah, and then yarn redwood serve.
Okay.
Let's see if this works.
Apparently the serve might not be RW serve FE.
Interesting.
But that was like weird. It's like not like a space. Oh, it's like you gotta run 2 commands. Actually, did this actually tell us anything? Like, oh no.
Yeah, that's what it's telling us to do. Did you run both of the experimental commands?
Yeah, I did. But did I run build with a -v? That's just verbose, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think that matters.
Build. It's probably just a verbose command. All right. Yeah, okay. Serve. I mean,
just to make sure.
They did this
Can you
one.
try running yarn redwood experimental setup -rsc?
That's the second one. That one.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
They're just telling me they already exist. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Probably we nuked something somewhere down the line as we were doing this.
Okay. That's
so
fine.
someone's asking what bundlers Redwood use. So this was the exciting thing about Redwood 6, that we added Vite. So we did not have Vite before. We were using Webpack. I think we were the last framework using Webpack. So it's dead. No more Webpack, everybody.
Yeah, no, that'll be big. Faster probably faster HMR, faster. I mean, Webpack 5's caching wasn't actually bad for performance, but yeah, definitely have big improvements in the dev environment.
Just real quick, just so we can close the loop on this. Let's go back to the screen sharing, and I'll show what I'm looking at here with.
Okay, sure. Share
project.
Away.
And let me know if anything happens with my sound again. Okay, all good?
2 secs. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, your sound is fine.
Okay. Okay, do they see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is where the error is coming in right now. So something's happening here, not really sure what, but you see here we are getting in data. And that's pretty interesting. And then here we can see, so we're getting this main file. It looks like it's already been like minified.
Yeah.
This JSX runtime file, RSC file, and then props.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Instead of serializing it into the document, it's a separate endpoint hit. Okay. Yeah. This is something I've been playing with recently. I mean, I don't think I'll get into it right now, but the RSCs don't solve the double data problem. When we set out to do this partial hydration thing, there was 2 things at least I was setting out to do. One was to reduce hydration costs, not send that JavaScript. But RSCs actually don't solve the double data problem. Every single piece of data that you show in your HTML gets sent again in that JSX format. In fact, it's probably more bloated than the original JSON. So in a sense, we save hydration execution time, and we have a slightly larger serialization time. I don't think the serialization is that important, but it's just this is why RSCs, like I do silly benchmarks where I make a page with a lot of data on it and, wrap it with client components so you can't cheat, kind of speak. And then even if you pass it through with RCs to be smart so that like it's server rendered and not sent to the client, RCs can't help but serialize everything in the same way. So like that simple test, single page apps score about a 48 Lighthouse score. RCs score about a 60. And then like Astro and Marco and Quick all score about an 85. And it's basically because RCs only solve half the problem on the initial page load the way they are today.
Interesting. Okay, here's something really interesting you should look at. Check out this link. So this is just our like Notion where we coordinate between the different teams. So this will give you a lot of info on specifically how we're figuring out SSR plus React Server components.
Is this public? Like I can...
Yes, this is public. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, Redwood's
I love that
totally open source. We do everything public. Everything, the whole team's roadmap, what we're working on is all always public.
Yeah, I've thought about Notion being a good thing. Right now, I just write long blobs in HackMD whenever I have something to think about. But okay, this is great. Yeah, so
suspense-enabled cells. That's probably a big one.
Is it plan to go with the main as standalone up to suspense router?
Okay,
so this is a progress. Oh, yeah,
share
sorry.
Screen, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So this is just a progress thing on
you
this.
Just scroll up to the very top.
But yeah, I was just like,
oh yeah,
it's just a bunch of questions. I don't actually. This is like to do after it was done. I was like kind of interesting, like what is being done, but this one doesn't.
Well, that was not the main page I sent you though.
No. I was actually just looking at this, and the suspense router was the first thing that came to mind.
Gotcha.
Render modes.
So these will all be in different states of complete versus not, and with information versus not. So this is kind of like this is a big dump of how we collaborate, but just to kind of get an idea of what we're working on, what are some of the ideas we're playing around with.
Public Notion is great, actually. You can't do this very easily on GitHub. I've also tried that, and it kind of sucked. So
yeah, we tried GitHub discussions, I think.
Yeah. Nice.
So if you want to jump in, give some thoughts on any of these things, welcome to.
Okay, yeah, we won't go through this all right now. The one that I was mostly interested in actually was the suspense router, because this is something that's coming out right now in V6. What does that actually mean? What is a suspense router from Redwood's perspective? And this one is not giving it to me because this is like the after the fact. Like everyone already knows what the suspense router is. How are we doing on it? Fetch from any data source, cells first class.
I am streaming SSR. Did you click that one yet?
No, I haven't tried that one. Where's it?
So, click streaming SSR. It's down towards the bottom. So I think this is what you're looking for right now. Just scroll a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Server fulfills cell SSR potential goal. Oh right, this is out of order streaming, and I'm pretty sure what they mean by cell SSR, because of what you could actually with streaming SSR you can show the cell states like even though it's happening on the server. So you like start rendering the page, the data's not there, you're showing loading, you stream that back, and then as the cells complete, they actually will update from the server. Right. So. Yeah. So I'm gathering that's what they mean. We're not doing render modes as part of this project. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. So as people can see right now, there's render modes, there's streaming, there's server side rendering, there's React Server components. It's like all this stuff is kind of happening all at the same time, and it's still being kind of worked out. But we were nowhere near this stage like a year ago. So like this is all like even where we are now is like super exciting to me. And as you can see, you're constantly saying, oh, this is the type of thing I'm thinking about or working on or whatever. So it seems like we're kind of in line with some of the other people who are at the cutting edge of this. Yeah, no,
these are all the topics right now. Mostly that recently with that Chrome funding for Solid Start, we went back to our server component islands routing type solution because it was very simple. It was basically like, what if we could take Astro and add client-side rendering to it? Like, it's actually probably really similar to what they did with the View Transition API, which we'll find about next week when we get a sneak peek at Astro 3 with Matthew Phillips on the stream.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. Yeah.
So, sneak peek of Astro 3 next week. But, Yeah, I think this whole area, there's a lot of questions still very much open, and I think there's this is where it's fun because there's an added complexity that I think that comes with when you have opinions ahead of time that you have to like reconcile with. But it looks like there is like a lot of thought going into here, so this is really cool. And even an idea of tasks and like how far along it's going. So I like to see that. I would love to get this kind of visibility. I think it's very cool to see.
Yeah, and then last link you should look at is this would have been one go to look at a while ago, but we have a kind of update doc that talks about how a lot of this is coming together. The React Server Compose roadmap is called Bighorn. So
Bighorn Epoch. Yeah, okay, let me pull this one up.
That's a forest, so trees.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. But I'm gathering the idea is this is so everyone can get involved and see.
And then we see here specifically it says targeting V7 for SSR capabilities.
Exactly. Yeah. So as I told you, this was actually pre sneak peek at Redwood 7, not actually a Redwood 6 stream. I apologize.
This is really interesting, and I think this will be good food for thought for the team as well, because you're working on a lot of this similar stuff, you know.
Yeah, especially and I've been talking to a lot of people in the React ecosystem about this stuff because I did independently look at the same space of problems and see if I could solve it, you know, in a way that made sense to me. And I've gotten to that point in the process where I've arrived at basically every conclusion the React team's arrived at. Right. So I'm like, okay. I get exactly why we're here, you know, like I've gone through all the design trade-offs and like going this, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, that probably makes the most sense. That probably makes the most sense. So yeah, now I'm at that point where I'm like, okay, I could just do this. Probably makes sense. But my problem right now is I'm not hitting my objective. So because like my thinking right now, and it could change, is that if we don't solve the double data problem here, we haven't solved the problem. Like essentially there's two things set out to do. We're only doing half of it. The solution is not going to suffice. So that's why I'm casting the net a little bit wider on that. To be fair, this is not something Redwood has to worry about because they'll get to use React, and then they'll use whatever React uses and do the best you can with it. But I am definitely, and I think a lot of thinking has been going with others.
Do you have a blog post about this?
No.
A blog post about it, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. I haven't been publishing public blogs as much about this stuff recently because I've been going like HackMD, and then I've been like publishing like document after document of like my rough thoughts. Blogs always take a little bit more effort, but
where are these getting posted?
I publish most of them publicly, but like then I'll throw them on a Discord, or maybe occasionally they'll make it to Twitter. But most people don't actually get to see too many of these.
Is this the stuff that just ends up on your dev account, or is this something different?
No. This is different. This is when I'm like actually like, this is like my thinking when I'm like on a topic, kind of like what we're talking about now. I can't get it all off my head. I'll just go and write like an article, and then I'll share it with those parties. Like, what if Marco was right?
Yeah, right.
It's just really
like, I want to read that. So are these public or not?
Most of them are public.
Okay, so this is like hedge doc basically.
Yeah, these are just like, these are very much like as I'm thinking through these problems, you know, I just spitball stuff kind of, you know, and then I go bug people and I'm like, what do you guys think? Viable? Does this work? You know, so yeah, I it's been a while since I wrote a Dev2 article. So I should get back to it. I actually wrote an article that's basically ready to publish like 4 months ago. I just haven't published it. It was about two-way binding and why it's terrible.
I've got a couple of those. Yeah.
But yeah, I could talk more about this experimental stuff. The problem is it's harder. You know that like you have to get to that point where the realization hits and then the solution hits. and then you can talk about it, because otherwise, like, if you just have a problem, then like your perspective and your perspective will change all time, right? Like, but yeah, I could probably, I've been doing a lot of stuff and having a lot of conversations with people, and I forget who said it first, but if you have like the same conversation 3 times, you probably should write an article about it. I've gotten to that point. To be fair, I don't know who the audience of this is. It seems like the people I have these conversations with are people who write other frameworks.
Yeah,
exactly.
Framework authors, yeah.
So like, basically,
that's kind of like my whole point though with FS Jam though, is that like you have those conversations that are like irrelevant to 99% of devs, or the 1% of devs like need to know what the other people are thinking, so they know like what they're doing actually makes sense or not.
Right. Yeah. So it's been funny though, because I feel I've been meeting with people repeatedly. Like I actually, I guess I was going to talk about this a bit with This Week in JavaScript, and I'll tie into that in a few minutes. But on Wednesday, I literally talked to some people related to the Signal spec thing that's coming around, and then I met with the people, the Angular core team and the Wiz core team at Google, and then I met with Mishko, all in one day, bang bang bang, and we all ended up talking about that same topic. So like yeah,
would Quick even exist if Wiz was actually open source though?
I think so. I mean, the way to put that is that there's hard problems to solve, right, from a mechanical standpoint, and then you can you have to work through it, and you can finally find that there's a way to mechanically do it. And that Wiz is an example of like how to solve a very difficult problem, right, and coming up with that solution. But it's like a whole other different type of hard problem to take something like that and make it into something that people would want to use.
Yeah, yes. Versus work for everyone else, yeah.
Right, exactly. And the thing is, that was what the goal was with Quick, because even open source, wouldn't be enough necessarily. The funny thing is, Wiz is actually looking at how to make it like, you have a ton of Google developers working in this. They want to have a pleasant experience. They want to pull in stuff that they're familiar with and tools they can use in other frameworks. So Wiz itself is evolving probably more rapidly than most frameworks at this point, because they have to clear that whole DX gambit that they haven't really been able to address.
Right, yeah.
So it's really interesting to see those teams work together so closely, because guess what? Everybody that I'm talking about is on Signals, and they're like, well, if we can solve this in Signals land, then like we can all benefit from it. So like the Wiz and Angular teams are actually working really closely together.
That just must be so funny for you, having like created Signal, or having been the CEO of Signals for so long, and then like all of a sudden now the rest of the world catches up 5 years later, and you're like, yeah, Signals are great, right?
Yeah, it is interesting, and we should probably talk about that and maybe swap over. Do you have any place to go, or do you want to stay around?
No, actually, I'm totally down to go into This Week in JavaScript. I'll be down to hang out for that too, if I could just use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, sure. Take a moment and we can switch gears. But yeah, I think we had a nice chat there about Redwood. I don't know if there isn't a ton more that I wanted to go in on that per se. I think it's going to be an interesting challenge to reconcile like heavily opinionated with like other opinions coming in, but that's always the challenge. Yeah, no, the thing is, Anthony, like myself, has a very wide range in terms of like, he's familiar with most, like all the framework solution spaces they're working in, which really adds to conversation like this, because you can see trends, like micro trends come across in different places. And I mean, that's part of why, he's in the podcast area and stuff, because he's like, okay, what's going on? We should talk about that, right? So I think that's like definitely very interesting point. I'm gonna set off while we're off screen right now. I'm gonna actually set up Twitter.
Real quick, talk about Edgio and JavaScript Jam, because I have FS Jam, which I've been doing for a while as my own side thing, but then JavaScript Jam is now a weekly Twitter space that I do for my company Edgio, and we have all the same framework authors, have all the same kind of conversations, but instead of it's like you record something, I put it out in a couple months. You just like it's live, people can listen to it immediately, and then people can come in. Audience members can ask questions and join. So really recommend people check that out. JavaScriptJam.com.
Nice.
Yeah, and thanks for having me and be able to show Redwood stuff. This is super exciting. I feel like I wish I knew more about a lot of what's happening in the internals. This has always been kind of a constant struggle with me. And Redwood is like, I very much like using it, building stuff with it, showing it to other people. And then there's been like this whole core team building the thing kind of on the side. And there's a little bit disconnected from that to a certain extent. And I'll definitely acknowledge that. But, you know, for people who do want to contribute to open source, like there's a whole team here willing to help you get spun up, and there's a lot of work to do. So yeah, I highly recommend people check it out if that's something they want to do.
Yeah, and yeah, that's the whole thing, right? If there's always these opportunities, how often you get that question. It's like, how do I get involved in open source? How do I get started? And I love when I have a lot of guests in with different stories. But for you, actually, is a great story, because you said almost everything you did actually come from open source. You were doing the boot camp, and then you went straight into open source before you even finished the boot camp.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So like so important for your journey into the web. Yeah, I'm just gathering all my sources for this week in JavaScript right now and putting it together. And the funniest thing is, like, I have like no bookmarks this week because
it was a pretty slow week. Yeah.
And it really, because for me, the whole week was kind of started by the discussion around signal spec, and I think I wanted to talk a bit about that. Yeah, okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, I am set up there. See if I'm just trying to see very quickly if there's any like solid.js kind of news I want to talk about to start it off here, but I don't know that there is. That's August 9th. It's funny. It's just been, yeah. I think this is where we start, and then
I did see something about Leptos query.
Oh, I did see that too. That's funny. Maybe you're right. And it's funny because Greg reached out to me and he showed me that he made. I wonder if he's okay with me talking about this.
There's a blog post here you can talk about regardless. So
yeah, send me the private link for that. But yeah. Greg actually showed me something else that was actually really cool, and I'm actually gonna pull it up here just because I can. And because he's probably not going to care that much if I do. Greg, where are you? There you are. Not you. Where's what? It's like, I'm like search. Oh, it's because he uses abbreviation. Okay. Yeah, he sent this to me before the last stream, but he never actually. I was expecting some big announcement around it. Give me 2 seconds as I set this up. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, those are good. And then the only other thing I wanted to check is a few dates on something. Sorry, this is like the setup time that I never get to do ahead of time that I should do ahead of time. I think I already talked about Solid Start 0.3 last week. Because I put it out on, I can't even see, the timestamps like last week. I'm like, that's so useful. Thank you for telling me it was last week. Can just like give me a day or something. No, last week.
You got your grand unifying theory. That's what we talked about.
Yeah, I think I talked about that one, didn't I?
Yeah, I think I signed off before that.
Yeah, it's. I'm pretty sure I did that gigantic merge there. I mean, I can really tell by commit history. It's not that far long ago. August 11th was 3.2. Yeah, I did it at the beginning of the previous week. Yeah, okay. So we don't have ton there. I'm making progress on some new stuff with Solid Start, but I'm not ready to talk about it yet. So that is good. That's good. Okay, all together. Perfect. Comments, good. Everyone's still alive? Everyone's still awake? Chat. You guys have been kind of slow recently, so maybe yeah. Hey, awesome. Okay, Good. Then we're going to get started on this week in JavaScript. I've got Anthony here to join me, add a little bit topical
Actually, write a weekly newsletter. I mentioned we do the Twitter space on javascriptjam.com, but I also do a weekly newsletter where I cover similar stuff to where you're covering, but in a written format instead of a streaming format. So
yeah,
this is always fun for me.
This has been a slow week, though. I can imagine in the past other topics that would have given us a little bit more material to go with, but this has been a bit of a slow week.
But I want to talk about Google's AI editor.
Yeah, that's an area that I don't know a ton about. So maybe if people want to bring that up, they can talk and put in the chat. But let's talk about what's been going on in JavaScript this week. So I'm going to just share my screen. And actually, with this format, we're going to do it this way because I don't want to block everything. And this is actually not where we're starting. Where we're starting is I'm going to start with some solid stuff because then I can get it out of the way because it's not really a huge topic. As I said, not much happened. The only thing that I've been really excited about is native seems to be happening. Okay. I forgot to ask you earlier, Anthony, if there was a native story for Redwood. Like, you know how people have been playing with pulling mobile into like mono repos and stuff like that. I forgot to ask you.
So this is something that has been kind of in the background, something we've wanted to do for a very long time. We've had people spike stuff out because with Redwood, you have the API side, the web side. It'd be very natural to add a mobile side in addition, and then you just have a mobile side, a web side, and then your API. So that's something you can do right now. We've got a bunch of stuff. You just Google React Native RedwoodJS, you'll find a whole bunch of blog posts and stuff about it. So yeah, it's like Orta has been someone who's actually worked on, like Orta's on the Redwood team, which almost no one knows, but something he's worked on a lot.
Yeah, I imagine because of the way the separation from backend and front end means that the API side, like the backend's the same, so like it would actually work really nicely.
You're still using GraphQL queries. Yeah, it's pretty natural.
Yeah, the reason I was just talking about this is just this has just been like the narrative that I keep. All the people who are working on alternatives to React Native, like, you know, Tori does a lot of desktop, but they're moving into native mobile as well.
Yeah. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So like we're seeing a lot of this native script. We absolutely love Solid and look forward to putting in production more professional. Like we've been getting a lot of push from those communities. They like Solid as a choice. It's lightweight. It's fast, and it aligns with their. Because we're good with custom renderers, it's like very easy. It's not like we're like full compiler that only compiles to DOM like some other things. So like we're just a nice choice where they're like very excited because it's like we get to use like there's already React Native in the native space. So it makes us a very lightweight, small, performant choice.
And then you don't have to build a whole solid native.
Yeah, exactly. So I've been seeing a lot of that stuff. I've had to try I've been just seeing a lot of this kind of activity. This had to try revamp with Solid.js and NativeScript. Posted a PR example so you can learn more. So here's like an example of like this solid native app. I think people tell me what was the native story. Listen, yeah, we don't have React Native, but I think a lot of these other solutions that want to kind of like do a React non-specific solution are putting a lot of time in, and it might take them ages to catch up, but it's already we're in a much better state these days in general than like back when we're all using like Cordova, like even Capacitor is much better than like what they were doing before. But when you're talking about these native solutions, things like Tori, it's really exciting to kind of see that.
I had Adam Bradley on my podcast once, or Chris had a Cordova experience. He's like, you should really try Capacitor. Trust me, it's much better.
Look, actually, here's you. Hey, this is from a little while ago. I missed this interview at the time, but it was awesome to hear Ryan Turnquest again talking about how he got involved in open source, working the Solid project. He built Solid Router, like one of the two Solid routers, and we merged our effort, and he did the majority of the initial work to actually merge it and make what the Solid router everyone uses today in Solid as Solid Start and all the Solid projects. And then through that experience and obviously connectivity, because I was working at eBay and I left eBay and he joined eBay. So we kind of like just swapped spots, so to speak. He got a job at eBay now through open source basically. So really great story.
Yeah.
But it was a good episode. it was a great community kind of push up. So that's why I wanted to show that. See, not much news here. We've been just plugging away at Solid Start, but I'm really excited about the mobile stuff. Yeah. While talking about, before we get into the big topic, we're gonna get into in a minute, which is the signals stuff. I just wanted to make a shout out a bit to Leptos, which is, for those who know, we've had Greg on the stream, one of our most popular stream actually, where he taught me Rust. But they've been making incredible progress there, and they've ported TanStack query to Leptos now in Rust, so they have that pattern. The dark age of React. I didn't even read this. It's funny because, like, I talk about the dark age of .NET. This is like the next generation is going to be talking like this. That's hilarious. Redux flashbacks. Oh. So in any case, what we're seeing in this ecosystem very quickly, like, if you remember when Greg came on, I was legitimately surprised. He had implemented server functions in Leptos. He basically made Solid Start in Leptos, like the version at the time. And I was just like, you didn't tell me this. I knew he'd like ported something very similar to Solid in Rust, but
Rust makes it easier than JavaScript, or is it just because he just decided to sit down and figure it out? He
wanted a backend framework, right? Like that, like not backend. He wanted like to be able to use WASM, right? Like or use Rust essentially, and there's been a lot of conversation about, like, is it fast enough? Can it be more performant? And what made Leptos kind of show up, on the map was they were the first WASM framework to basically get within spitting distance of the fastest JavaScript frameworks. I think Leptos got it within 4% to SolidJS on the JS framework benchmark, which is way ahead of Vue, way ahead of Svelte, like, Lit, everyone else. And people are like, whoa, this could be legit. And then he just kept on building out the thing, and he's a big reactivity fan, and now they're seeing a community actually building very similar to us, building these pieces on top. And the biggest downside, and the reason he built something like Solid Start, was the biggest downside is that WASM's like bigger to load. Like at one point he was like telling me the component size, and I made a funny face, and someone screen capped it because it was heavy, and
it brings back to the first problem we have with these giant JavaScript bundles.
Right. So as it turns out, the same solutions that we solve in JavaScript can apply to WASM. And if you get into that zone, you start getting into this interesting question, because obviously you can make better patterns like this, like we're seeing with the queries. But, he was like really stoked when he showed me his version of something similar to Solid Start, because he had the progressive enhancement. So he's like, look, my app is interactive before the WASM kicks up. Right? WASM takes slower. So he's making what I call the remix argument. Like, it's okay if my framework's slow to hydrate or slow to load or whatever. I can just progressive enhance, right? That's how Remix has been kind of saying it for the last little while. And I was like, that's not a perfect argument, but I mean, honestly, a couple years ago, I wouldn't have thought we would be here where we're not concerned about update performance. We're just concerned about load performance, and it actually loads relatively fast, and if it doesn't, it's still interactive.
Do you think that's because we actually care because Google makes it count for SEO?
Right. I mean, that. And then
I just wonder how much things like that affect the entire, like, what we prioritize as web developers. How much is it just based on what Google decides to optimize for SEO?
Right, and that is true, and that's guiding a lot of the R&D that we're doing in the thing. We're using IMP as a measure of our success on the work we're doing. We're using Core Web Vitals.
There's anything wrong with that from like framework authors' perspectives, users' perspectives. Like it's totally makes sense. It's just, I don't know. I always wonder about things like that. Why do we decide to optimize the things we actually optimize?
But guess what I got? I got a Hacker News demo built in Leptos, and
man, I was thinking about trying to build this with Redwood, but then I realized I didn't have the time.
Yeah.
Next time, I'll build Hacker News for Redwood for you once we have RSPs actually enabled.
This is a different Leptos demo, because he showed the progressive enhanced demo when he was on stream, and we were very excited about it. But in this demo, when I click, you're going to notice the spins, because unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, this is an MPA. And you're like, okay, well, why the hell did he make a Hacker News in an MPA now? This is,
Because it has such fast initial load, it just works. Right.
Right. I mean, part of it is especially because isn't the problem with WASM how big that initial load is, right? And the question is, and I forget what it shows up here. Okay, I need to get into an incognito window. Give me 2 seconds. So, just what are we loading here? Wait, what? 4.5. Let's put all on. 4.5 kilobytes of JavaScript and 49 kilobytes of WASM. Now, let's go to the comment page, the death test kind of page, and do this load. Well, you see it again, 49 and 4.5. Okay, so if you remember, Greg was telling us sometimes that like these apps would be just humongous, like 200 kilobytes or something, even for something like Hacker News.
Probably the WASM tab someone just said.
Okay, we can, yeah, so there we go, 49. But what I wanted to point out here is this is kind of small for WASM, because if you think about it, just put it out there. Next.js version of this page is 80 or, well, actually, why, what is it, next? Well, let's do RSCs.
I actually always wonder about. I wanted to talk to you specifically about. Is like, at what point does it become too big?
Yeah. Okay. So the RSC version of this. Okay. Yeah. Right. Let's go to JS. What is this? Okay. 90 kilobytes. Right. We can go there in a minute. But what I'm going to say is it's 90 kilobytes. So his Rust version isn't any that I'm showing you here isn't any bigger. It's actually half the size of the next version. What's going on? Well, you can kind of tell by the islands here, or sorry, the title here. I just gave it up. Sorry. He did islands in Leptos. Yeah. So he's doing partial hydration in Leptos. So that same JavaScript saving thing is, yes, it's obviously bigger than Astros, which is like, or Solids versions, which are like 6 kilobytes for the islands version. It's like nothing. But when this is your competition,
is React never going to have islands? Is it just like impossible?
No. But the thing is, React Server Components is islands for React.
It's a type of islands, yeah.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
Like the code reduction part is the same. I was complaining that they didn't solve the double data, right? Like if you go in here, you'll see like every single same thing that you just saw in here, like wherever it is. We'll get in here eventually. Do comments. Like if I picked a piece of text in one of these stories, like I am a northern US. Okay, there we go. And I go into the network and grab the document and look at the response. And if I search in this response and go, I am the northern US, you're going to see it in this P element. And if I click it again, oh, actually, this one's not a good example. But apparently, this exact phrase is in here multiple times. Let's
grab a bigger chunk.
Yeah, we are. Okay, let's try this one.
Make it a little smaller.
Yeah, it's like.
Might split it on like a line break or something.
Yeah, you're right. There's probably like a character split. Okay, fine. Let's just pick like a different one. Over the years, I definitely insulted several Southern guests by mostly ignoring them. Yeah, this is probably like the great story. Okay.
Yeah, two.
Yeah, so let's go back to the first one. Right? It's in a paragraph element in the HTML. And then if we click it again, it's in this JSX blob thing we saw at the beginning where it's like self-push next, whatever, server component thing.
Right.
So yes, there's that. But the actual code being sent, there's no code being sent to render the comments, only being sent to the tabs. And it's hard to probably see this, but if I look here, this is the toggle component, like what I was talking about, like the thing that actually does the interactivity, like this. But the rest of this is not, like the other components aren't in here. And you got to trust me, but we won't find children : probably in any of the other, well, I guess there's some internal stuff. Yeah, this is the Next.js internal components like base link. What my point is, the rest of your app code doesn't have it. This is actually islands from a code perspective. So this is just the size of React plus the size of Next.js. After this point, you get the benefit of islands. Your starting line is 84 or 85 kilobytes. And then like you get to use islands from there. Where other frameworks, their starting point is like 4 kilobytes. So it makes a bigger impact on this. But what I was getting at is the starting point on WASM might be like 50 kilobytes.
Interesting.
So
we're talking to Aiden from Millions about how when he first started Millions, he tried to do it with WASM and then decided to find like these new kind of VDOM solutions.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the VDOM stuff there, which is a little bit of a tangent, is largely been it's the block. There's been block DOM-esque solutions in the JS Framework benchmark since 2018-ish for about 4 years. And it was the same thing. There were signals in the JS Framework benchmark from like 2015, 16 doing this. So like the technique always precedes like the DX win.
Yeah, totally.
The problem is the JS Framework benchmark now has actually gone to the limits. So now that we know that we can approach things both ways and get basically the same score, we almost need to find something that tests something more complicated structurally, because the problem right now is we've gone to a point where I think that the techniques have basically...
Is the JS Framework benchmark a single page, or is there routing involved in it?
It's a single page with... it's a single table. You can picture it being like a...
Yeah, it's a single table, like 1,000 rows or something, basically.
Right. And there's operations to add rows, remove rows, move rows... Yeah. Select, update specific, and just to show and hide them and append row. Like it's all just table ops, which are classically, things that can be, very common in apps. But
yeah, because I feel like now that we're at the point where all these frameworks are trying to figure out this different render mode along with MPA versus SPA, like it doesn't really make sense to have a benchmark that doesn't include that type of stuff. Or even if you use like view transitions, like however the framework decides to do it,
Yeah. I mean, actually, maybe we should talk about Million. I think that was from previous week, but we can pull that off on Twitter in 2 seconds. But I just wanted to leave on this note is if WASM adopts the same techniques that we use to reduce JavaScript, and they have the same care of attention, maybe they won't beat the fastest JavaScript frameworks. But if they use the same techniques that the smallest and fastest JavaScript frameworks do, they're probably going to outperform the average popular framework, which is
React.
Exactly, which is a very interesting place when, like, at a certain point...
But if someone's not going to move from React to Solid, they're certainly not going to move to Leptos.
Right. But it's like another thing where when people are looking and they're like, yes, it becomes, yes, React has a job market, React has that. But if these other solutions just start coming out and they quantifiably feel more performance, faster, all this, like the guys who were like, I really want to use Rust, I don't want to use a JavaScript framework, like...
Now they can. Yeah,
if they actually have a reason to, they're getting very close to being able to do that. So, like... And honestly, with very little criticism, because if we can shave the JavaScript, we can shave the WASM, and at that point, they can even brag that their site is more performant than a React site. Yeah. So,
especially if they're also using Rust lambdas instead of Node lambdas.
Well, that's where the real win comes in. I think the Leptos guy was like, our server-side rendering is 30 times faster than React. And I'm like, okay, that's pretty good, because that means that it's even way that's faster than any JavaScript framework, like not even like a whole order of magnitude. So because I think we'd done a benchmark where we were like 6 to 8 times faster than React, but 30 times is like,
pretty fast.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think there's still like a bit of a barrier here, but I think this is a important piece, a moment in time to see. And I'm sure Greg will talk about more of this in the future. When we figure out islands routing and like the real version and like server components, I'm sure Leptos will also have it almost immediately. So I think this is going to be, I think it's going to be interesting when we're in that world. Anyway, yeah, actually, yeah, we should actually do a quick search for a second here, because I think it was the week before, but Million.js has been doing a lot of polls. What's wrong with this component? I was having a little bit fun with this, but I think yeah, Aiden's been pushing this new thing where he got funded for 4 months, which we announced before, which is incredible for a project this age. And you know what? The proposal is attractive, right? Like, think about it. Like, I'm going to make your React app faster. You don't have to adopt a new framework or do anything different. I'm just going to automatically make it faster. Who doesn't want that?
Is the proposal on a web dev term is completely irrelevant, because Tyler Cowen doesn't know the first thing about web development. He's looking for smart young people who could do interesting work that wouldn't be able to be funded through traditional academia. That's what he's looking for.
Right. Yeah. So that makes sense. But I'm saying, like, for a wider thing, why this is interesting. I think the tricky part about this is a last level optimization, kind of like caching. Like, it only affects leaf nodes. It doesn't make a slowly architected app faster. It makes the last tip of the interaction faster. To be fair, that's how most frameworks that use signals. They use it as a mechanism to get that last leaf node faster, that last text node in the DOM on a table faster. But we had Aiden on a few weeks ago, and we showed it. Sometimes, in general, solving a problem by making it faster is better than scheduling. We did a demo where we compared concurrent rendering performance with Million, and while both of them got to a point where they got really sloggy, the difference was that because concurrent rendering makes sure everything's consistent and good and doesn't like interrupt in the same way or tries to do it, what was happening is on Aiden's version, he would do an action like in Million, and it would take a fraction of a second, and you'd see the dip, but it would be done. And this is classic, like, solid kind of same kind of improvement, right? But then you go in the React version and you click it, and the thing would actually go just as much, maybe even more into the red, except the action would get delayed like 2 or 3 seconds, because like it was doing the concurrent stuff in the background and making sure that that it was like trying to make it smoother. And you could argue that it wasn't quite as red, but like, yeah, I don't know. We just did it over and over again for the visual, and I think it was very interesting. It's basically like, it depends on what's expensive in your app. And in cases where the cost isn't in your end user code, but like in the DOM operations, or like you're doing 3D or some kind of expensive thing, then like concurrent rendering isn't going to save you. It's only if the computational cost is expensive. I think the challenge here is block DOM actually only solves the rendering stuff, not the computational cost. So maybe you put them both together and you'd be in a good place. But yeah, I think this is a very attractive idea. I think I think the value of it is more questionable, but I think that people will have to explore this route because they're stuck with React. So I hope this has benefit. But if you think about it, at a certain point, usually React gets incompatible in a certain way. Like, they had Dominic Ganaway, the creator of Inferno, working on the React core team. Right? Like, he was there. He could have made React faster.
Is he on Svelte now?
Yes, he's on Svelte now, yeah.
They could have about Svelte 5 last week?
Yeah. Yeah, so he could have made React faster, but that wasn't the direction because the compatibility with what they wanted to achieve. And it's the same thing with like the way Preact has that thing that compiles React and gets signals under the hood, and all these like small optimizations will always fly in the face like of where React things are going. Like, I think React Forget is the one that makes Million not make sense anymore, perhaps.
Yeah. I had Aiden on JavaScript Jam, and he has like this whole grid thing that compares like React with React Forget with Million, and yeah.
So it's a very, it's the thing is React could do this optimization. One of the reasons they don't is for simplification. Philosophically, they don't believe that create should be different than update. Unfortunately, for basically everything that exists in the real world, that means you are saying that you are willing to make stuff slower. It's like, but it's like very important for them, like from an idea standpoint. But like it's literally the source of most of the performance gains of reactive frameworks and other stuff. And what Aiden's been able to do really smartly here and market it well is take a bit of that performance that we do in these other frameworks and apply it back into like a small part of React. Yeah, but yeah, I'm excited in that this kind of conversation gets people talking about this, because you're like, oh, because now when people go, oh, I didn't actually try Solid, I just went to using the block DOM million in React, or I tried Preact.
That's the first thing I've heard about since Solid kind of blew up, or Quick probably since those two, where someone's like, oh, there's this new thing that I can try to make my thing faster without a lot of extra work, you know?
Yeah, or what was it? The Preact signals is another one. I can just use Preact signals in React, and now I don't need to use something like Solid or whatever, or like Svelte or whatever. And
oh, Aiden's in the chat, by the way.
I love this conversation though, because if that's what people are coming to tell me, that means they're thinking about it. And if they're going to go try this, they might be satisfied enough on their project, but do you know what it means? Their next project, they're not going to do this. Their next project, they're going to be like, okay, now I get to start from scratch, and I just want it to be like this anyway.
Right, yeah, the hedonic treadmill.
Right, because at a certain point, you're just like, you see the benefit, you use it, and you're like, why isn't React like this? Why can't we just do this? And then you're like, then let's just do it. So yeah, I'm actually I think this is just a change in narrative, because there's two outcomes of this. React shapes up and does better and works on this, in ways, or people start trying other things. So that's the bottom line from my perspective, at least. Who needs signals, right? Yeah, no, completely, right? That's what I've been thinking a lot about recently, right? I actually changed my Twitter thing recently. Signals everywhere, because we're just back on this conversation again, and I think the latest, which is kind of exciting, is every couple months, or every couple years, someone tries to bring some kind of reactivity into the spec. I think a few weeks ago we talked about observable events. I don't know if you saw that, Anthony. There was like a DOM event where it's like on click, but it returned like a RX observable, basically.
Right. Yeah, I mean I never use RX. That stuff just makes no sense to me. Just like, okay, cool.
Yeah. So like when like in this kind of scenario, the problem is there's people who really, really want it, and then there's other people who are like, I'm never going to use that. So it's sometimes hard to find the users, because it's like you have to convince people like this is the generic API. The funny thing is RX kind of sits in this place where it has really good niche use cases, and it's kind of like if you want to solve that, and those people like very much love it, but it's harder to always push it into the standard. There's so many operators, there's complexities and all this stuff. But one thing that is happening in the front end world that everyone seems to agree on right now is signals. Like,
right, yeah.
Like if we did talk about Svelte 5, we didn't go much detail, but Dominic is basically suggesting in it. The reason for Svelte 5's incredible performance gain is because guess what? They switched to using signals under the hood. Right?
That's incredible.
So, like, he's got a really compiler optimized thing. See, and there's a lot of ways you could go with a compiler spec, and we could probably talk about this for a bit. But essentially, high level, looking at this coming in is what frameworks use signals?
At this point, most of them.
Yeah, well, it's okay. I'm Solid,
yeah.
Vue, Preact, Quick, Svelte 5. Actually, you know what? Let's just go down the list. Best of JS.
Is Marco using signals yet?
Yeah, it's like where is it? By total number of stars, UI frameworks. Okay. Angular. Did I miss that one? So yes, yes. Not React. Sorry, skip React. Sorry. Vue, Angular, Svelte will be. Just Vue again. Preact, Solid. Not you. Not Backbone. Alpine, yes. Ember, basically. Polymer, no. HyperApp, no. Quick, yes. HTMX, who cares? Relay, no. Okay.
Lots of people care about HTMX all of a sudden, it seems like.
I know. I'm just being a jerk. But my point is like,
it's becoming more of like just the thing to do. Just having signals seems like table stakes at this point.
Right. Because like if I could put virtual DOM here, let's do virtual DOM instead, and I mean that's a pretty good list too. But actually, I think the signals list is going to beat the virtual DOM list pretty quickly here. React, Vue, Preact, Inferno, Riot, Mithril, Million, Rax. But yeah, there is an interesting customer for this. So Dominic was obviously working on the compiler, and as he threw something out a few months ago, and I think I put this on the stream where Brendan Ike responded and said JavaScript's not a data flow language. But we're back here again because more people are looking at other proposals around like putting signals directly in the DOM, which basically makes it kind of like solid. And Dominic kind of very vocally went out here and said, I think signals are central front-end web. If done right, they solve so many problems. I'm looking forward to working with all these people to make this primitive reality. And what that means is bringing signals to the browser, to the actual JavaScript spec.
Do you think that's going to happen?
I think there is motivation. I think it's going to be tricky to balance some of the parties, but not the way people think. I think not the biggest problem with specs. They try and do too much. So like and the reason they do too much is because there's a tough balance between who the consumer is. There is like the low-level primitive framework author guys who always get pissed off at the specs people after the fact and maybe weren't involved in the process. And then and then there's like the end user developer who's like, I just want to use Vanilla.js. I mean, those people exist still, but like the spec people have to look at that and every range in between. So what usually happens is if something starts from a land of like mechanical base kind of thing of like what I need, by the time it goes to try and get released, it has to appeal to some user or something. Like I'm going to use web components as an example because web components are a great example of like what not to do. Because if you look at like the framework author perspective or like the library maintainer author perspective, they're like, okay, I want scope CSS and I would like some way to know when DOM elements are attached or removed from the DOM. That would be nice. So like, you know, I could like attach something and like fire an event and back then they didn't have mutation observers and they weren't like, you know what I mean? Like the idea was like, as long as you can like picture, you could just put an element on the page and run some JavaScript, you know? And when it's removed, you can run some JavaScript. Like that's the basic ask. And I want to be able to scope CSS somehow that, and maybe I want to like make ranges of DOM elements that can be removed and added, you know, like fragments kind of a sense that were persistent. Those three things probably what every framework has wanted since 2010. But instead we ended up with web components because, well, if you take those three things, you realize they're kind of like a component system. And if you put them all together, you can make this like system and then end users, not the framework authors, end users could just like build their own thing with them and they're usable by them because those pieces by themselves might not be actually, you know, like people could use them wrong or they could be, you know, like there's a billion types of considerations that come with that and they're like maybe too clunky to deal with. Whereas if you tie up all these ends, you can like solve multiple problems from multiple parties and kind of weave that line perfectly and get that right solution. Now, the funny thing is as a framework author, that is exactly what I do. I'm always walking the line between solutions, picking the best parts, but I don't think that's the job of the browser. This is the challenge with something like trying to come up with a spec, because I think if you talk to the framework authors who have big interest in here, most of them will be like, yeah, honestly, I just want some kind of like base ability to have like a signal and maybe like a computed or like memo like derived value system. And I think we all agree that they're poll based, you know, as long as we can have like a way of like doing that reactive propagation in the browser, it's fine. Like I'm going to talk to, like, we're going to talk more and see how far people want to go, but
I got a bunch of questions in the chat, by the way.
Yeah.
Should answer those and I'll be right back.
Yeah. Gotcha. Let's see what's going here. What would the major benefit? Yeah. Okay. I got to scroll way back here. Sorry. Last comment, H2MX, who cares? Yeah. Okay. That was that. Yeah. And then where's it? Yes, that's React. I wonder if Dash Shoes Waku has signals. I mean, Jotai is getting close to it. I think they actually released a Jotai signals library at some point. But yeah, so crazy, what a ride. Yeah, I don't know what that's referring to, but if it's the signals thing, I think that'd be fair. But yeah, okay, major benefit of being native. I was just getting to this. If we could all just have, like, there's an interop story here, right? If you could have the same base class to this, then all the reactivity systems could be compatible with each other because they'd have the same tracking system. I think the challenge is that every framework has a different idea of how to handle side effects and scheduling. Like when they run, should they be on the micro task? Should they be synchronous? And even then, within them, like in Salt, we have render effects and normal effects. We have different behaviors with transition, suspense, like all of those kind of things. So like you get into the zone where like you have zones of different flushing boundaries off screen. Like there is a whole bunch of complexity that I don't think belongs here. But if we all had the, I think, yeah, I'm actually going to go into this a little bit because like this conversation with Dominic continues a ton, and like you can read for hours in here. But what I wanted to put as my initial point here is that I think when it comes to pure portion signal derived values, it occurs to me that most discussions these days are around syntax or like what's the most optimal algorithm, but not so much about behavior. I think we all have kind of arrived that we want poll-based reactivity for signals and derived values. And what's cool about that is that there's like no scheduling consideration, because when you have a library that just uses like a pure poll-based library, when you update a signal, it doesn't do anything except tell any downstream derived values that, hey, you're stale. So when someone asks for them again, you need to recalculate, like rerun the function. But if they are not stale, you just return the last value. It's kind of like they're memoized, right? So, you know, it's really about that we have different opinions around scheduling and side effects. And when I said this, I realized most people don't actually probably get what I'm talking about, but the library that sort of tipped me off to this was Milo's work on Reactively. And his library doesn't have effects. Like, he uses the same thing for a signal as a computed, like he just has a single primitive, but he basically it's like, okay, I have a value here, it's a counter, and then, you know, I have like a computed value. And then if you want to get the value of the counter, like, I don't know about this equality, like this right is weird, but let's say if I want to get the value of the counter, then you just call .get on it, and or render.get. What's render? Yeah, okay. His render, I guess his render is his effect, but essentially he's calling get on what I'd consider something effectful. My point is, his system is completely pull based. There's no scheduling. There's no like do this every time this changes. It doesn't run anything until he calls .get at the end here. So he can, you know, set some new values, but then he calls .get. And
is the point of this just like the benefits you get from functional programming in general?
Well, it's like a reverse memo system. It's a pull based one instead of a push. I mean, it is like a memo.
What's the benefit? Like, why would you want that? Is what I'm asking.
Well, how should I put it? This is just, I'm not saying you want this API. I'm saying that every signal solution starts with this, and then they build a whole bunch of crap on top of it. So if we actually just had this, then suddenly everyone's version. The problem right now with the reactive system, when we actually have something where we enable external source, where we can have like you can use mobx variables inside Solid. It's imperfect, but it's there. And the idea is that every reactive system isn't compatible because they have a singleton that does tracking. They have a way of being like, when this effect's running, this is the current context, listen to my things. But they don't know how to listen to someone else's things. Well, if they were actually all the same base classes, they would actually all be able to listen to each other. And I'm getting to the point of what the benefit of that is it's not just like, oh yeah, they're interoperable. I know a lot of people who probably don't care, but picture what it means if that's native. Okay. What if you could get better stack traces for your errors? Instead of having a queue, like the imperative running of signal propagation, you could actually, like when an error gets thrown, it's not like where it gets thrown in a queue, it actually throws along the reactive graph. So like you could understand that, hey, it's because this changed, that this changed, or because this asked for this change. You could actually trace the graph, which is different than tracing the execution queue.
Is this kind of stuff that Replay is working on?
Replay does like back and forward debugging, and we have people on the solid dev tool side working with the Replay guys to see if they can do reactive debugging, which is cool. But I'm saying is like this could be kind of browser built in,
Gotcha.
error handling, debugging.
So it's similar, but you wouldn't need like this whole extra product thing. It's basically it would just be there and it would do it automatically.
Yeah, I mean Replay going back and forth is the next level. Picture if you can go back and forth along the graph.
Time chop debugging. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. But on the other hand, like if you just think about it, this is easy for people to imagine. Think about what async await did in JavaScript and Chrome tools. You can actually walk the async tree, right? When you hit, it doesn't, even though it's a completely different stack trace, Chrome like lets you walk through the async, so you can actually continue, and you can actually debug and go up the stack through the async awaits. What if you could do that through the reactive graph? Like, because this is a native capability. My big point of why I showed reactively is this is, if you keep it on the pull side, there's no scheduling. There's all the subscriptions are technically even auto disposable, because if no one's listening to reactive, like then this doesn't need to exist because it's all derived. Like it's like you can make it auto disposing. You could make it basically there's no concern or potentially around cleanup or scheduling, or like this is just a very simple primitive for being able to read these kind of like they're basically memoized, but they're memoized with like automatic invalidation. Like, and it with this, what I was trying to show is like that, where is it? Yeah, I'm gonna grab this one. Milo went to Bubble and he was trying to build this for, Bubble has their own reactive system. And he's like, but I'm working on Solid 2.0. He's like, maybe we can use the same reactive system. So he took it's funny, reactively internally became like the prototype for Solid 2.0, and we have a private repo for that. And then we started working with the guy from
reactively created
last summer, like around August last summer, about a year ago.
I don't know anything about it.
And then like it was really interesting from the signal kind of thing, because he basically found a very performant way of doing signals, and he kept it really on the base, like primitive side. He didn't worry about effects. And then what was interesting to me is he took that base. We worked with Raheem from Maverick to kind of work on Solid 2.0 base, and then he took that base again to Bubble to try and integrate, and then they shifted it a bit more, and we've been kind of progressing this reactive core library. And he made this effect TS, and I always laugh about this because this effect TS is essentially just an implementation of the effect in this library, but Bubble does not use it because Bubble has their own thing and they're not going to use this version. And in fact, Solid is not going to use this. In fact, this file can be deleted. But right now, for me, it serves as an example, because this is a system that doesn't need effects. But what if you wanted to add effects, like, create effect, console log, whatever?
This is a great example of just like an exercise of like, how would you add effects to a thing? And most people have never even thought about that. They just use the effect. It's like, oh yeah, how do you do effect? You use effect.
And yeah. And the example, this is overcomplicated because he has a few other things in here, including like hierarchical stuff, because Solid does like hierarchical nested effects and stuff. But like the base of it here is that he has a computation class, and then he has a few like enum variables for the state of the signal, and then you can ignore the rest of this. Okay. Then end user code. Basically, he called this scheduled effects, but I'd say like, yeah, scheduled effects is fine. And then running effects. Yeah, these are just flags to keep track of whether you've already scheduled effects or if they're currently running. And then he has an effects list. And then this is just so people can flush sync. We can ignore that. Then he basically has this flush function, which probably should be called schedule, which is like set schedule to queue a micro task to run these effects later. And you might be like, okay, what's running effects? Well, if there are effects, say that you're running them now, iterate through the queue and run them, and then clear the queue and state at the end. Okay, like this run top is hard because of solid, but we can ignore that for a second. So it's basically just a for loop that runs through like a queue, like an array.
This is almost Turing complete.
And then what's in effect? Well, he just took the base computation class and overrode the notify method. So instead of just being notified and saying, "Hey, I'm dirty," if when you go to say, "Hey, I'm dirty," you just push it to the queue, and if it hasn't been scheduled, schedule the effects. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know if this like appeals to everyone to understand what I'm saying here, but it's basically all he had to do was just very simply take an existing computation mechanism and then be like, oh, hey, now when you get notified, instead of just like saying that you're dirty, also push something to a queue and all that queue does is basically call that get, just goes through the list. So like this example chose to use, where is it? Micro task queue, but you could do whatever you wanted. You request animation frame, or you could not schedule them. You could say, hey, no, I actually am going to hold this until it gets attached to the DOM, or I can like, you could do any number of things, and basically you'd still benefit from this being built into the browser. But you could, as you can imagine, this is not a very end user. It's kind of like streams in Node. Yeah, implement your own.
Like one of these old JavaScript APIs that we all originally learned to code with,
Yeah, it's like implement your own readable stream by overriding these methods on the stream class. I'm not suggesting that this might be the final spec, but I just wanted to point out that it would. This is where
that's easier to put in than most people would think about, and could just be there on hand.
Right, and without being too opinionated. And the truth of the matter is, in every reactive library under the hood, there's these, where is it? I'm going to go into, not effects, globals, index probably, core. Yeah.
There's a lot more questions and comments also, as you've been talking.
Yeah, but which I'll get to in a second, but essentially this base class is kind of complicated. There's a whole bunch of crap, a whole bunch of properties in it, but like an actual signal or computation internally has like, at least maybe 10 or so of these properties and things that we keep track, and owners and setters and all that. But that's not a good interface for the end user, right? Because what are they going to do all this stuff? But me as a framework developer actually want access to a lot of this information. So we always have internal nodes and the external API. So like what I actually want the browser to do maybe is basically standardize on the internal API, like the nodes, because we can always override them and add new behavior to them. Like this is the kind of mentality I'm coming from. But I understand like from a spec perspective.
Like a browser object.
Right, like a class. Give me a class. But like I can understand from like a spec perspective, this is not like people can't just pick up and use it. They like, this is actually kind of clunky. So I think this is where like these kind of challenges come from, right? Yeah. So what do we? Let's get with chat here. So I was talking about the benefit. So then, okay, signals can be implemented in different ways, each with their own trade-offs. The API also sometimes governs that. But how do you ask me? Which part's like, well, that's the whole thing. Like I was trying to get low enough that I didn't care. Like if you use dot value or a function, I don't care, right? Because the truth matters, whatever the spec lands on, I'm going to wrap it with the same API I use with Solid today. Like Solid doesn't even have is signal. Like I don't actually care about the interop layer. But if I was running a spec, I probably would, because I'd be picturing these use cases. I just personally have no use for any of it. So it's kind of an interesting tension.
Well, this is like what we were talking about with Redwood, and how you could have the whole way you write your Redwood stuff, and then the internals, which would actually do all the stuff. And it's like it makes sense to have that separation, because otherwise everyone has to know everything. Like that's the way you specialize. Right.
How expect to like sort the browser deciding the right algorithm. I'm actually less worried about the algorithm thing. To be fair, there are a bunch of different algorithms that optimize to different things. Like some are better at fan out, some are better at creation, some are better at being deep versus whatever. All of them are very fast. As long as creation is fast, I don't really care about update. The update performance is probably good. I know people might have specific needs, but like the difference there isn't what's killing people on performance. The difference is like everything else. Like the speed of the reactivity only matters as far as the creation cost, because that's the biggest overhead. When you go and create a reactive graph versus just like rendering or whatever, it's like creating a VDOM or whatever. You're making a bunch of memory, and that can be expensive. So, there's a few different. There's like the coloration algorithm. We went through a bunch of the algorithms on my previous stream. I think as long as I don't actually think that part matters as much, surprisingly, but everything is lazy for us to get that value. Yeah, so everything is lazy. Yeah, this is what I was trying to say. Yeah, I'm catching up. Yeah, I'm about 10 minutes behind in the chat. Thank you, Anthony, for pulling that out. Maybe
also, quick question: Does Milo have a Twitter?
Yes, Modder Me. He joined finally after I posted his article, because he didn't post his own article.
Like Nexel. I remember when Nexel didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is the typical stuff. He's just about to enter second year university, so he was already
They're way too good.
Right before the summer before university, he created Reactively, and he's been on the Solid core team now since I think 2020 or 2019. So because he came in and he wrote a different hyperscript version for Solid that was as performant as the JSX, but it was too clunky to use. It's in a lot of ways it reminds me of Block DOM, but it was like where he was trying to make hyperscript make blocks for Solid, because that's what our JSX compiler did. Really smart kid, obviously.
I need to get him on FS Jam.
But where was I? Sorry. Back to the comments I see. Okay. So much here that I probably won't get it all, but proxy holds a reference. People talking about proxies. So what makes you stay in Reacty bounce version making batching a state? There's different places you can batch, just so you understand. And I guess there's an argument of whether you want to batch on write, but actually none of the reactive frameworks batch on write. They all batch on effect. Batch on write is what React does. Batch on write, and Solid actually did that in our batch mode in the early days, where if you write, you hold the values until you're like, okay, now I'm going to propagate. And honestly, that model is the least likely to be flawed. It is actually a very smart model. The only problem is literally everybody hates it, except maybe people who've used some different like smart functional programming stuff in the past. Almost every developer comes across it is just like, why does React do this? This is the stupidest thing ever. I hate it. I hate it.
Unless you're a Clojure developer, maybe.
Yeah, like maybe. And this is the sort of thing where like, I'm actually not worried that much. I mean, and the thing is, you know why? Again, if you want to batch the writes, you can always wrap your signal primitive and have the ability to batch the writes. Like this is not actually that hard to like do that. What most frameworks do is they batch the reads. They batch the effects essentially. And Solid today only does that synchronously. And that's why you have to wrap everything. I mean, there's other reasons to wrap everything, but that's why they do that, like all the crate roots. And a lot of many of them use microtask queues, where they say, at that point they pull all the values. But I think if we talk to everyone, almost everyone will be okay with. Well, here's the beautiful thing: if you don't care about batching writes generally, and if the batching only happens on effects, which are not part of the spec and outside of the realm, then we don't actually have to worry about batching at all for the spec, from my perspective. So this simplifies things drastically. Could give a default, but the problem with the default is that you're like implying behavior, and I think it's dangerous because this is the challenge I had with this, is because, and we'll talk about it in a minute here, is that if you having two different effect systems run at different times might be okay if it's intentional, but if it's not intentional, it causes inconsistency. So like an example, actually I'm going to get to this in 2 seconds. We'll go there in 2 seconds. Okay, would that flash effect make UI not atomic? Use all the yeah, the flush effect idea is like everybody has an escape hatch too, which is like flush everything right now. It does definitely change the behavior if you do that, because it means that you're like, I'm ending whatever the cycle was right now and I'm going to start a new one. So it depends on what you're flushing. But yes, in terms of effects, here's the thing though. So when I say flush all, any change that's already in will have already told its things what to change. So it's just any further change won't, apply. So like you can almost view flush effects as like when you're in a function and go like queue micro task and then go in. You're basically pulling yourself out of the flow. Like everything that was already scheduled will then run. So actually, I think it still stays consistent. So that's the frameworks and end users. Yep. Good luck. Okay. Let's go back here for a second.
That's why I like that. Good luck. Yeah, it's literally impossible.
It's because I was talking about that, but the reason this came out, I actually found out later, was that this is where the conversation was. I forget if we covered it on stream, but there's a talk of something called a DOM parts API. And they're getting pretty deep into it, where they had this idea of like building templating in and updates into the browser. And someone's like, well, couldn't we just do this? Which is like document create element button, text content equals count. Wait, count is a signal. And then here append div. Well, div is a signal as well. And using this as a way of just replacing elements essentially by using reactivity. And then because once you wire it up, if you change, like they're using preact and view syntax, but if you go div.value because a different element, well, you've just replaced a section of the DOM. And if you update the count on click, well, you just updated that text directly without re-rendering anything. As you can tell, like this is kind of what Solid does, right? Like super fine-grained updates by basically wiring signals to portions of the DOM. But the challenge, and when I saw this post, I was like, this is cool, like, because you can picture like a library like basically compiling to this, right? And for Solid, that would mean way less code. Not way less, but considerably less code in our output if these things are built in. But I actually sat with it a bit longer and I came back to it, and this is what I did is the thing that's not shown in this picture is, even though you're inserting signals and derived values, these are creating effects. There's implied scheduling in the DOM here. There's like this is where like I think the standards people and some people might like hit walls, because like in frameworks like Solid, we don't always run the effects. We kind of like hold the effects sometimes because of suspense, or what if you want to do off-screen and stuff. And to be fair, the DOM could detect off-screen, but having competing scheduling methods that aren't controlled by the framework can't control or be aware of is actually could be problematic. Do you subclass render effects? We have like these different mechanisms. To be fair, I did get some responses from people who were, where is it? Where are we here? I guess my hope would be that the DOM implementation could determine the appropriate timing, batching, sync methods, since it has the most awareness of the tree render state. It knows about occlusion, transitions, about page lifecycle. An example, the browser could defer tree updates within context visible auto containers without requiring bookkeeping or exposing render state to JS. It could also force you out. So it's interesting. I mean, this is a different path, but if we had, I guess, new CSS properties where we could basically control the section of the DOM, I guess it would be possible where you can go like, this range of the DOM doesn't want to run its effects yet. But I think this is the challenge with this. I don't know if I've illustrated this enough. I'm getting kind of into the weeds a little bit in the technical details, but like if you could, this very easily starts simple and then gets really complex as soon as you start trying to do stuff with effects and like scheduling and actually integrating it with any existing API. But I feel like for a certain audience, this won't have value unless it does something like this. So that is definitely the debate here, so to speak. All right. I don't know. Chat was talking a bunch there, but then I think I lost them.
No, I think you were probably answering most of their questions, and they're probably like, "Cool."
Yep.
There's one other thing. I saw some news. I'm not sure how big into Dino you are, but Fresh 1.4. Pull that up. This is 2 days old.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to see that. I all right. Is this the one? Actually, I'm going to do it on this one.
Yeah.
So, sorry, is it from Dino's main account?
Just Google Fresh, or this will get you to it, yeah, probably. So Fresh 1.4 right there, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Faster page loads, layouts, and more. Faster page ahead of time compilation, custom HTML, layouts, async wrapper, quicker typing, better organizing route groups, and co-located islands. Okay, cool. Yeah, I kept on breaking Fresh on stream when it was like still very new, but now they have Marvin Hagmeister working on it, you know. One like the other Preact guy. We were just talking about Jason Miller.
Yeah, I feel like also you have like a vested interest in Dino just because of their integration with Netlify, you know.
That is true, and Dino does have like this. If there was a force out there that could be like the equalize, like it's kind of like a sad state of things. Like when you have something like Node at the time. I mean, Dino succeeded in a certain way in this, but like picture we had Node at the time, right? And
Dino succeeded by making something better, but no one used it. Like that's the sad story of Dino.
Right, exactly. And they got pressured into adding Node compat and like kind of backpedaling on almost a bunch of the.
I've been following Dino since 2020, so it's like I know this whole story. I think Dino's great. I wish people made more. The problem is just no one to make the argument for why people should use it. They're always just like, well, it can't do the stuff Node can do. No one's gonna want to migrate other stuff, so just don't use it. And I'm like, but like that's not. You could make that argument for anything.
Yeah, exactly. With Fresh 1.4, you can set header directly on the server. Okay, layouts. Okay, I guess did they not have nested routing before, or they just changed the style of nesting routing?
I would guess they probably built what Next built in Dino, and then as Next has changed, they've needed to change stuff to make it more like Next. If I had to guess, I have no idea if that's correct or not, but I feel like that's probably what's happening.
Oh, so they async layouts and async wrapper functions. Okay, so okay, I see what they're doing. Okay, yeah. So they've added something similar to server components here in that like they already had server components because technically the server it's like Astro, the server side was already server components and these are the islands. They allow async components on pages and layouts here, so that they can fetch. This makes sense. See, one thing I like about Dino is because they have the separate folders. There's no like concern here about like ambiguity, and so you can't put your islands in the islands are over here.
Right, yeah.
Because the whole thing with the async is it's async on the server is actually not a bad pattern. I mean, you still want to fetch above because otherwise you get waterfalls, but it's actually better than like re-rendering. Like the suspense model of like, you know, React style, like you get there, you throw a promise, re-render. That if you can actually await an async function and handle at a component level, you could actually like pause, resume, but you can't do that in a client app because state can change and the component could render again, and then like you get the weird so like on the browser you actually don't really want async await, or you have to use a compiler and turn it into a different thing. Like it's a lot trickier, but yeah, this makes a lot of sense because it's a lot easier now. I'm not surprised at this change because like it's the same thing like how Astro has top level await. So like they're getting in line with these simpler server solutions that just have like, oh, you can just await in the component, because this is a trend that I'm having a hard time with because it promotes waterfalls. The only thing that I think Dino has really nicely going for it on this side, or sorry, Fresh, is that like people aren't like, I don't think they're intending to have like server components like libraries. Do you know what I mean? And I think that intention is what is the most waterfall inducing, because now you install package off npm, put it way down in somewhere, and it happens to be fetching data below some conditional, and like presto, waterfall, and you didn't even realize, or you weren't thinking about it, and it was just an npm package. So I don't think they're going to hit
something that if they could just solve it in the framework and it stays in the framework, then it could be useful.
Yeah, or in the app. Like, don't put this in the npm packages. But okay, so now, and this is the co-location. Okay, I got it now. People do kind of want to, like, when you start dealing with larger apps, keeping separate folders is kind of a pain in the ass. So now the component and islands folders can actually be nested.
It looks like they're adding support for view transitions.
Yeah.
In the next version.
And we're exploring how to add spa-like client navigation to Fresh. Yeah, so I mean, this is why I'm excited to have After on next week, and why I was talking about it last week is the baseline expectation of people going in here is going to be islands plus view transition sort of kind of thing. I think nested routing makes it more interesting, and I think like I mean I showed our like HTML based server component type solution about a year ago, and I kind of was calling this shot that like within 12 months there'll be a bunch of these, and that's what's going to go up against RSCs. And as I said, when it's Preact or Solid, and you're like, oh yeah, my app's like 8 kilobytes, and then you're like, oh, but my in reality it's not that small. It's more like my app's 30 kilobytes and my next app is 200 kilobytes. And at a certain point, you're just gonna like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe not, but like, it's.
Yeah. I mean, my blog's built in Astro. I'm a big fan of that approach, and the islands stacks I generate, or bring in server stuff when you need it. Like, have components when you need it or when you don't. Bring in JSX when you need it, when you don't. Like, I think it's great.
Yeah, so it's awesome to see them continuing to work on Fresh and have like full-time resource on it, because this is really how you can
Fresh makes it a lot easier pitch to get someone to use Dino if you get them to use Fresh, for sure.
Yeah, I focus on the features I cared about. Part of the stuff here in their big headline is actually the Dino side, which is they do all this stuff. See, they were doing stuff not ahead of time, so like they get hit the first time, and now they're saying they can do ahead of time. Remember, that was the whole thing. No compilation, it just works because we lazily evaluate everything. But compilation was still happening. When Dino was pitched, people were like, "Oh yeah, it's the framework with no build step," or like it's no build.
Well, that was impossible though, because it was built with TypeScript. So you can't build with TypeScript and not have a build step. That's like fundamentally impossible. That's like Cold Fusion moment.
Exactly, right? So now, like this was going to happen. Yeah, 45 to 60 times faster for cold start. Yeah, that's what actually matters. For these like edge functions. So it's good there.
Yeah, startups all about instant, like how fast does the first hit go?
Yeah. The small blocks, what they're saying, yeah. So it's funny, yeah, because solid start docs are about 30 KB, and it's all Angolia, like
Algolia, yeah.
The search,
check out
like
page find. This is the hot new way to search without that, apparently.
Okay.
Scoped it out.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So cool. Let's see. How's chat doing here? They can get requests from layouts. Next doesn't get requests from layouts? Oh man.
Why would you need a request in a layout?
Well, okay. I actually I hate this layout trend that's going on right now. Like, because it actually
just be a nav bar. Like, why would you need a request in your nav bar? Like,
this is an example of when you take two concepts and you put them together so that people can like it makes it easier because now you have less concepts, because now you have, like, a perfect example is a component. It takes care of everything, lifecycle, re-renders, whatever. Like, that's the React thing, right? When it's like a component is actually a lot of things, and like, or at least a couple of things. It's a change management system. It's a unit of code that you want to break up, like your UI. It renders, like, it's a few things. And the problem, the challenge I have with layout is that, like, it's arbitrary that it's like that. We call it layout, like the.
But check this out. Click the link I just sent you in private chat. So this is how I've been thinking about layouts, because this is how we define it in Redwood. A layout is something that wraps a page. So when you define it like that, like, it's not just like, and I don't know if this is necessarily entirely correct. Like, there may be people who use layouts in a way where they don't always do it this way. But this is at least, like, you're always creating pages in Redwood. And then your layout is always going to wrap an individual page. So you'd never have a layout that would be like, I'm just going to have a layout for, like, this little spin, this carousel in my page. And there'd be a layout right in the middle of there. Like, it's something that's going to wrap the entire page.
Right. Okay. So mechanically, and this is where I'm coming from like this, the designer view is like, I have layouts and page, and there's elements, kind of like I'm not going to say exactly atomic design, but like there's this idea that you have parts of the page that are defined parts, and then you could, like, it's part of the designer, right? And the thing that I'm getting at is, like, from a mechanical view for the framework, and this is something I'm very familiar with because I never had a VDOM. And Ember didn't have a VDOM back in the day, and it's why Ember invented nested routing, is because the whole point of the layout had nothing to do with layout. It had to do with not re-rendering part of the page. So I'm on Twitter, and I go.
We should bring in some of these comments here, saying that requests would be useful for things like current page indicators. Currently, you have to hack around with client components.
Yeah. Well, it's part of the page is what I'm getting at. Like, I mean, this is gonna scroll up on me because it does when I switch between post and reply. But my point is, like, it's the remix homepage example. Section of the page, that the, like, whole page, then section, and then section. Right? The page is an onion. And the whole point was not to re-render the outer parts. See, React didn't care. So, like in a lot of cases, they would just, like, oh, whatever. Like, we'll just re-render the page. We'll make our layout a component, and we'll put it under the route. So when I switch page, I'm just going to go to the next page, and guess what? I'm just going to render the layout again, even though it's who cares, right? VDOM diff. Oh, it matched on the same element. Even better. Now I don't have to re-render it. Like, that was the mentality. But when nested routing came out in other frameworks that don't have a VDOM, it was so that when I switch from post to reply, none of this re-renders, right? But it means that, like, is this a layout? Is this a layout? No, they're just parts of the page that equally have their own data requirements, equally have their own reason for managing the request, want the router. They're just parts of it. The fact that it's called a layout is arbitrary, because I could take something here, and this is a page, let's say, and now I want the modal state when I click into something. Like, let's pretend this app, when I clicked on something, popped up a modal that gave me, like, a picture view. Like, it might even do that somewhere. Like, click this. Perfect. Pretend, well, look, this is actually part of the URL, right? So this is routing here, okay? Even though, like, conceptually maybe my old page is behind it. Now, is this also a layout? Like, it's this distinction from a mechanical standpoint is, like, it's just a route section that doesn't have children. Like, a layout is one that has children. Like, this is kind of like the mentality that I've had from day one. So it's, like, been very difficult to watch this layout thing happen, because the biggest argument I see for layout is the designer argument, and I see that like, a lot of the file system routings used to nest the same way the mentality I talked about was, where if you had a folder and a file of the same name, that was a way of saying, like, hey, this is the folder would be the things that would go inside, and the file would be the page. So you go, here's the page, and then if you have a folder, now you're saying that you want to, like, drill in like children style. And I understand why that could be kind of clunky, but the thing is, like, that's why layouts came out, because then they could hoist the file inside and be like, okay, look, now you don't need to have a folder and file be the same name, like a weird convention. That's not very obvious, I agree. And now you can just call it a layout. But treating the layout as something different is very, very, very odd to me, because you were saying in Redwood, you took a very design oriented thing where you're like, look, the layout is the like whatever, the shell of the page or whatever, and pages have these things. But mechanically, this is why those frameworks have layouts in layouts in layouts in like layouts in those other sections and the layouts in those, is because really it's this whole layout thing is a fictional creation. Like it's like
are you saying that layouts are a social construct?
Like it's something that like made the file system router like flatter, I guess, or like less it doesn't even make it flatter, actually. It just makes it like a little easier better for file organization. And like, yeah, you can kind of, from a design standpoint, like make an argument against it, like make it a thing, but it's not actually mechanically, it's kind of not a thing. I don't know. That's why like the root layout in Next is not like other layouts, because like it's actually,
I don't know. For me, man, the layout is where you put the logo, the nav bar, and the footer. That is what a layout is to me.
Right, but then it's like, oh, is this tab bar the layout for the
this
section?
Whole thing, this is a component. This is a timeline. A timeline is a component within a page which has a layout.
Right, but the argument for this is you don't. When I switch these tabs, I don't want to re-render this top section. Mm-hmm. Right, so it can't be a component because a component will re-render.
Well, if it's a component that doesn't re-render.
But I'm saying like the route changes. Yeah, but I'm saying that if the route changes, like if the point of the page entry point is up here and you navigate, then you re-render the whole thing. Like that's why it came from me from a mechanical standpoint.
I see, gotcha.
Right. So yes, layouts are kind of a navigation boundary or a wrapper around navigation boundaries depending on your perspective. So like because like. I did a refactor of the Movies app demo recently because Nikhil decided to put layouts in solid start, and I had to make sure that I removed them before I merged it. And but everything I could express with layouts, I could express without layouts, or vice versa. It's just a different. It was just like a different syntax for the same representation, and the only difference was a layout was if I put the file, like, I'm trying to think if I have an example here. Solid. Do I have solid start open somewhere? Yeah, I do. Like the difference between a layout and let's see if I have an example with nested routing. Not on this branch probably, which is very unfortunate. But like if you do nested routing in routes, the way you do it is by putting a file outside that has the same name as the thing inside. So like if there was a, none of these have an index page, so it's like a terrible example here. That's one I wish I actually had a good example of nested routing in the base examples. But my point is the difference between a layout and the like old Next.js or actually old Next never had nested routing, so I guess it's the Nuxt version of this stuff. And Remix is you move the file that was outside the folder into the folder. That's the difference. Like it's the same mechanism of nesting. I actually think, we actually have it here. Do we have it still open? Yes. See, this. I see how I guess this set wrap injects layouts, right? And this is the way that that you do it, because you're actually doing route. But if you look, if what the way like Solid's router works and Remix React router works in these cases, and Ember way back in the days, this would just be another route, because we didn't need to call, like, do you know what I mean? Like you didn't need to call wrap. You just be like route, and then you take the shared part of the path, which is like admin categories, and put that there. So route admin categories, page or component, whatever the component is, and then down here would be /new, the specific component. Like, I mean, it's a different way of doing it. But my whole point here is you could just, this nesting is something you see very obvious when you're using the either the JSX base of the route or the JSON base of the route, but it's not, like layouts here, sure, you made a special component to do it, but you could pretend, like you can already see the nesting, like this could also just be a route with a shared path. Like it's just the way the router actually operates, so to speak.
Yeah.
So like the whole layout convention has generally been just mostly just so that you can move the file inside the folder. But actually, in reality, they are a navigation boundary, because if you're going between a page that starts with admin categories and a page that doesn't start with admin categories, like you could conceptually, one model I guess would be that this whole thing gets unmounted when you switch. Like the layout gets unmounted and this. So that layout has as much right potentially to the data, especially if it's shared, because do you want to re-render this layout when you switch between these two pages? Probably not. Like it could fetch the data that you use on all these pages. Let's say like if this was users or a user and then you had the settings like on Twitter, you might not need to fetch all the data again because you already have the piece above it, right? Anyway. Layouts are like hawks, but like I don't think, how should I put it? If you get a sufficiently nested page, I don't think you can do it without layouts. Like it's the layouts that do the nesting, right? Maybe I'm wrong. What do I think about Remix Flat Zone? I got really into this for a short period of time. I think it's really cool because like you get rid of all the folders. But then I got really tempted to mix folders and files and brought back all the same problems again. It's a lot for people to look at their app and then see like one pile of like these really long character things. You know, I keep on thinking back to when Windows only had 255 characters in the path. But on the other hand, I think the routes are sorted in the right order. So like I kind of go back and forth. I actually think it is kind of really nice. It's like I kind of okay. Like I understand the shortcomings of what we're doing right now, or like Solid Start is or Remix V1, and I'm okay with them. Enough that I'd say Remix's flat system is like my second favorite system. But yeah, I mean, file system routing all has trade-offs and opinions, right? My least favorite system is any system that has layout in the file system. Like .layout is, or layout.tsx is my least favorite. So yeah, I think the Remix one's pretty cool. All right, that was a fun tangent. Can I get out of here? I've got so many open. Oh, this one's not full screen. Haha, that's why. I can't even remember how we got there. Do you remember how we got there, Anthony? I don't know.
We were talking about Fresh 1.4.
Yes. Yeah, we were talking about Fresh 1.4 and the fun with layouts. I went on a tangent. Yeah, so in any case, I think layouts. I think the benefit of layouts is that it might help people. I think a lot of people, even when they come to Solid Router, they're like, how do I do layouts? I think it's a concept that's easy to understand, so that's a win. So when you say layout, people kind of get a concept of what you're talking about, which I think makes it easier to communicate and go like how you can do stuff. The part that irks me about it is layouts are, as I said, are fictional. So like it's actually just a nested routing mechanism, and like it's convenient that these ideas kind of overlap, and you know you can like talk about it and have the right communication. It's just also like a lie. Anyway.
So it's like cake.
I don't know if I have much more today, actually. This was the challenging thing about this week. I'm hoping next week we pick up with more stuff, but it's been kind of slow, other than like the number of meetings I've had about the signals proposal already.
You can sign up for the announcement to Bun 1.0. You do bun.sh/1.0.
That's actually very cool. It's coming up, and yeah, maybe I can see if they oven is like is one of them. Maybe I should just look up Jared.
Or, yeah, Jared. Yeah, either.
Did I spell them wrong? Does he have 2 R's?
2 R's.
Yeah. Anyway,
there it is.
September 7th. Yeah, coming very soon. Yeah. We were working on a solid start integration to work on Bun, and it just missed 0.8 or whatever, but it should be in the next version. So I got the PR to update this CLI to show Bun as one of the options. So
Sweet.
that will be fun. Fast stuff with fast stuff. But yeah, I'm interested to see what a 1.0 of Bun is, because this is a lot. Some people tried Bun right away, understood a little bit like, this isn't necessarily the most stable thing in the world.
Yeah, no, I tried Bun. I thought it was super fun, but I certainly would not put it in production. Like,
yeah. And yeah, this is one of those things where it's like, I hope they're ready. Back then playing with it, you're like, yeah, we're not even close, but it's been about a year, and yeah, 1.0 is big news. I feel like people will go, okay, if you're saying it's 1.0, I'm going to trust you, and I'm going to do this for real. And that will be the real test here. So I hope he's ready.
Yeah, no, it was the same thing with Redwood. We put off 1.0 for from when we first announced it to when it actually happened. There was like about a year delay, because we wanted to make sure that it was actually going to be production ready. I think the main thing is like, it's never going to be ready for every single person's weird, individual, specific, bespoke use case. You just make sure that your thing itself does not break. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, no, there's, especially with what he's trying to do here, there's going to be tons of those like side issues. He's going to get swamped if he isn't already. But I think the key thing is like he's got to prove that the runtime can handle like, I think he's already been very good with that on the React ecosystem, but like you got to be able to like someone's got to be able to go in and to be able to build an app and deploy it, to like basically run it to production or whatever, to show that, at least from my side. I know there's other uses for Bun too, just like all the other uses of Node, but I think like his story did start as a bundler. I think he has to show that path is incredibly stable and compelling.
And that's probably what Oven is for. Oven's the deployment part. So
hopefully that all goes well. I'm excited. He's got so many good ideas, and like little things that he's added. He's like pushing the platform forward in kind of the same way that the Chrome team pushes the platform forward, but that works for Chrome because they're the most popular, whereas he's not. So, but he's the guy who's like not afraid to break stuff to get like more performance and be like, why are we doing stuff stupid ways? So I feel like sometimes that will catch up with you, but one thing for sure is it makes it exciting.
Yeah, totally. And I think as long as you continue to lean into web standard APIs, you can more easily be like, all right, I'm going to break this. I can break Node, but I'm not going to break the, standards, which we'll see how that kind of works out. So he also apparently has Node compatibility, but it's like, I don't really know how stuff like that works, where it's like you can use the compatibility or you cannot. So it's like, does that mean having to build the compatibility slow down the original one, or is it just like a separate thing,
I feel like it's sometimes a separate thing. It's like Node Stream and Bun is pretty slow, unfortunately. We address this in the future, but generally Bun is extremely fast. Yes. So like he basically encourages you not to use the Node APIs, because he's like, we have compatibility, but they all suck. And I've heard his, like in other places, I've heard him just complain profusely about how slow stuff is, and because he's the guy.
This is the same battle that Dino tried to fight and lost, and so I like this approach where it's like, I'll support it, but it's not going to be good. It's just going to work,
Yeah, I think this is where actually some of pressure happened with Dino, because this is always the tricky part when you have the thing that's like wants to be different and actually change the game, and before that happens, no one assumes that you can do anything. It always takes that thing that wants to be different enough to actually show that things could be different. But then what ends up happening is after like fun comes out, and instead it's like, oh, okay, well, we actually have compat, and then like we'll focus on like in his case performance, like something very niche, and then suddenly Dino's like, I don't have compat, and now like have to be considered performance. And you saw they basically went really hard against Bun on the performance thing. Like they were, for the few releases, going back and forth on like who could do the fastest stuff, which is weird because in Dino's position you wouldn't have expected them to get pulled into that, because you know, like,
well, one of their pitches being better than Node was also to be faster. That was like, we wrote in Rust, so it was faster.
But like I guess what I always wondered was like, do you want to be like the company that's like, I'm gonna chase performance down with like down, what's that term when you like everybody like goes down together because they just keep on going, like,
right, yeah. And that's where, you know, I'm sure at a certain point they realize, you know, it's fast enough, and for them they just want to make sure it's fast enough that they're not being embarrassed by a smaller competitor. But
because it's one of those things where it's like, Jared is not the person that I want to go on like one of those like games of chicken with, right? Because
technical chicken. I've used the term before, technical chicken. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. I'm gonna have to introduce SWC into their code base. This is gonna be a game of technical chicken, because it wasn't gonna work for anybody. But then once everyone had a broken SWC integration, they would have to all figure it out.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think the person you want to play that game with, because he'll just keep on going. So from that perspective, that's why Bun's always been interesting. 1.0 is a new stage in their evolution, so this is going to be exciting. Live streamed launch event September 7th, so very cool to see. And sign up. Okay, I think we're good. Honestly, I'm not going to try and stretch this out anymore. I don't think that we have any other news. Is there anything else you wanted to shout out before we head off, Anthony?
Let's just look at Edgio real quick. This is my actual company. Do you want to pull up our just homepage and share that real quick?
Sure, of course. Let's go here. So how is it? Just Edge?
So edg.io. Yeah. So Edgio, the IO is in the name. Yep. There you go. Yeah. So we are a deployment company. You can kind of think of us like a little bit like Netlify, Vercel, a little bit of like Cloudflare, AWS. We have our own network. Edge ready, we got edge functions, we got all that stuff, typical like logging. We're very performance based, so we have our own points of presence, and that's like, we used to say we're like enterprise Jamstack, but we also have servers. So it's like another way each time you should put is that's like, if the Jamstack was SSR first instead of static first, you kind of arrive at something kind of like Edgio. So you can like sync your Git repo and just get yourself spun up really quickly, but there is an actual like server, edge server kind of running for you. So yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. And we have like a whole security suite and all of that. And then if you want to go to javascriptjam.com, this is like our kind of community function that I run right now. I run with Scott Steinlaggy. And this is both a weekly newsletter, a weekly Twitter space, and video podcasts that we do. And so if you look at like the archive newsletters, just click, newsletters, and then scroll down. Let's look at, there's probably one where I talked about Solid or Marco at some point. There's, so search for Marco. I know there's at least one Marco one in here. Yeah,
Marco Run release, yeah.
It's like we talk about, you know, things that, you know, Ryan would talk about. So if you're interested in the same stuff that Ryan's interested in talking about This Week in JavaScript, that's the type of stuff you'll hear about on JavaScript Jam. And then our Twitter is just the twitter.com/JavaScript Jam, I think.
Very, very cool. Yeah, I've dropped in a couple of those spaces. JavaScript Jam.
Yeah, that's us.
Yeah.
So yeah, check us out. And if you want to come, we do spaces every Wednesday at 12 p.m. Pacific. And you can come up, join the conversation. You'll get to kind of participate in these types of conversations. And if you're a total beginner, totally welcome. And yeah, it's really fun fun time.
Awesome. All right. Well, I think with that, we're just going to call it a stream. So thanks for joining me this week.
Finally made it. Want to get on this stream for a very long time.
Yeah, no, and it's fun. Yeah, we've talked about this. Like, yeah, it's been at least 8 or 9 months since I was like actively like, oh, maybe in a few weeks. It's like, oh no, I'm out.
This is the perfect timing though. We actually have like good stuff to look at, so I'm glad we waited.
Yeah, no, it's good, and maybe some people try take a look at Redwood, another opinionated stack where all the pieces are there for you. Another T3 has been getting popular recently, so it's another alternative to that sort of thing. So. Very, very cool stuff to see. All right. So, yep, signing off. See you all till next week. Astro 3 sneak peek.